suffering. So, I know this 5 minute lowdown is a little doom and gloomy because we're talking about the planet and the heat that is occurring, that we're all experiencing, no matter where we're located on the earth. But let's go farther into it technologically. Our CO2 carbon emissions that has heated up the planet has also melted the permafrost in the Arctic regions. And that permafrost that was frozen solid was keeping methane gas trapped underneath itself. And there was tons of it. I'm talking about just 3 times as much methane gas as there is atmosphere. And that methane gas is being released now because we heated up the Arctic regions and melted the permafrost. And so now the gas is escaping and going into the atmosphere and is making the problem of heating the planet just become exponentially. It's just a problem. And no one really is addressing that issue. And I know that, we are just average individuals here at BSUSA and everybody else is out there. But if you are thinking about buying electric or thinking about going solar or thinking about doing something to cool the planet, start with anything. I mean, if you want to, raise money, protest, come up with new technologies, whatever you need to do to come up with a way to address these problems politically, technologically, socially, we have to do it. We have to do it now. It's just the reality of what we're dealing with every day. So BSUSA is saying thank you for listening to this 5 minute lowdown about how our planet is being heated up by the runaway effects of the carbon that we put in the atmosphere and now the methane gas that's being released in the Arctic Circle because the permafrost is melted. This is BSUSA. Thank you for listening, and that is food for thought.
Take my time, dear, just to keep you around here. Know what they say, you can't keep the clouds away, away, far away. Every day is a brand new day. All my life I've been searching for the right way to keep my head above the clouds, to keep myself from looking down. It's harder than you think to live our days in happiness and worry about what happens next. It's harder than you think to. It's harder than you think. Life's moving faster. It's all just a game we play. I've been losing myself in every single way. At least I still have you. I've played all my cards, and I'm all out of luck. Put my money in the jackpot, but I guess it's falling through. At least I still have you. Every day is a brand new day. All my life I've been searching for the right way to keep my head above the clouds, to keep myself from looking down. It's harder than you think to live our days in happiness or worry sky is blue, the sun is high. Sitting here on my own, I think of you, you're on my mind, you know. To me that's alright. Green grass on my neighbor's lawn. Maybe I should take a stroll. And to me that's alright. To me that's alright. I spend my days just dreaming about you. Well, now that's just what I will do. I'm telling you, the sky is blue, the sun is high. I'm sitting here on my own. I think of you, you're on my mind, you know. To me that's alright. Green grass on my neighbor's lawn. Maybe I should take a stroll. And to me that's alright. You know, to me that's alright. You know, to me that's alright. Don't tell me that it's over. Never say that I can't relate. I still wanna come over, 'cause I know that it's not too late. Too late, too late, too late, too late. I know I made mistakes, I know I lied. I should have noticed, yeah, I should have tried. And all the loving that I just ignored, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it. Come now, give me a moment, 'cause you know about the place I'm from. Let me in, let me show it, all the things that we can become. I know I made mistakes, I know I lied. I should have noticed, yeah, I should have tried. And all the loving that I just ignored, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it. I know I made mistakes, I know I lied. I should have noticed, yeah, I should have tried. And all the loving that I just ignored, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it. I know I made mistakes, I know I lied. I should have noticed, yeah, I should have tried. And all the loving that I just ignored, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it, I'm gonna revive it. when you treat me like you do. It's a deal breaker, baby, when you treat me like you do. Seems all you do these days is make me down and blue. I said it's a deal breaker, baby, when you play me for a fool. Ooh, it's a deal breaker, baby, when you play me for a fool. Now I'm the local laughing star, and that ain't cool. Take a hike. You know it hurts. Now listen, I got news for you. What I know, baby, don't come around no more. What I know, baby, don't you come around no more. I don't ever wanna see ya come knocking on my door. They're rolling me.
This is BSUSA, and I like to talk about just something that has come across my desk, is dear to my heart. And I normally say that because, these are the things that I do. And what came across my heart today was a person that is going to be homeless. And they were saying that they're going to be homeless very shortly. And that is the alarm bell. That's what it is. It says, now I'm not going to have a place to stay. I'm going to be homeless. There is a whole homeless community. That's the first thing. And the reason why I'm saying this, and it's dear to my heart, because I used to be homeless. And my family and me struggle with that homelessness and what that is. And you're going to be looked down upon. You're going to be looked like a failure. You're going to feel like a failure because you're going to find yourself with your back up against the wall, and you're going to be saying to yourself, hey, how did I get here? As, talking heads would say, oh my God, how did I get here? The reality is this. This is the time where you humble yourself and you double down on what you are and how you are as a person. And whatever skill set that you have that you feel good about, you double down on that too. If you're kind, you use that. If you're, consistent, you use that. You do what's necessary. And you humble yourself. If you've had a big house and now you have to live in a small apartment, go for it. If you live in a small apartment, you have to live in a car, go for it. Because it is temporary. It is temporary. It's difficult, but it is temporary. Homelessness is a byproduct of the system that we live in today. And I'm talking about the person who just lost his job and couldn't keep up with the rent and medical bills and all these things that will put you in a situation that you find yourself in front of your landlord, and your landlord is saying, I don't really want to work with you anymore and it's time to go. There are institutions that will help. It's difficult. They expect a lot from you. Give them everything they want plus more, because you don't want to be homeless, and they can help you with financial support not to be homeless. If you're homeless with children, that is a difficult. This is BSUSA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone with the Week in Review. Canada is calling on India to cooperate with its investigation into the killing of a Sikh separatist leader in British Columbia amid an escalating diplomatic row. It comes as the Financial Times newspaper reported that US President Joe Biden had expressed concern about the matter to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi this month at the G20 summit in India. Rebecca Bundan reports from Mumbai.
The row between New Delhi and Ottawa has continued to escalate over the Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was shot dead in June. India has stopped issuing new visas to Canadians, citing the security threat to its staff, which it says is disrupting work. And it has also asked Canada to reduce its number of diplomats in the country. Canada has said it won't release evidence, but it is urging India to cooperate in its probe. The White House says it won't give any special exemption to India, although the US has been bolstering ties with the country, which is seen as a counterweight to China. Rebecca Bundan, Mumbai.
World leaders have pledged to invest billions of dollars to keep climate change under control. Many had gathered earlier this week in New York for the Climate Ambition Summit, taking place alongside the United Nations General Assembly. But some leaders were also criticised for failing to show up. Sally Patterson was at the UN headquarters.
Countries were instructed to come to the United Nations Climate Ambition Summit with tangible solutions. One by one, leaders were given the opportunity to share what they are doing to slow global warming. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres stressed responsibility was not shared equally among nations. It is the poorest countries, he said, who are suffering from the actions of the richest. But leaders from the world's biggest emitters, China and the United States, didn't even turn up at the summit, nor did UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or French President Emmanuel Macron. Without their commitment, climate campaigners question how much impact summits like this can really have. Sally Patterson, New York.
Well, as global temperatures continue to break records, deaths related to extreme temperatures in England and Wales have soared. Heat-related deaths last year hit the highest on record in England. Simon Gaitan reports.
The latest figures from the Office of National Statistics show that more than 4,500 people died in England in 2022 as a result of the high temperatures, which topped 40 degrees for the first time since records began. According to the ONS, there has been a 102% increase on the number of heat-related deaths on a 3-year average on the hottest days in 2022 than in 1990. Experts at the Met Office have previously predicted that these record-breaking temperatures will likely be regarded as cool by the end of the century due to the effects of climate change.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The British comedian and media personality Russell Brand has had his comedy tour cancelled by promoters after allegations of rape, sexual assault and emotional abuse were reported by UK media last weekend. London's police service says it's received at least one report of sexual assault from 2003. It's urging other people to come forward. Stuart Smith reported on it from London.
While the report given to the police refers to sexual abuse taking place in Soho, central London, at least two of the alleged assaults took place in LA. One of the women who spoke to the media says Brand ordered a BBC car to take her from school to his house when she was only 16. While that's at the age of consent in the UK, she said her experience left her feeling cheap and dirtied. In a video response online, Russell Brand called the reporting a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks and insisted all of his many relationships were absolutely always consensual. In light of the media reports, Russell Brand's book publisher, talent agency and a charity with whom he worked on drug rehabilitation have all cut ties. Broadcasters who hired him in the past are launching internal investigations and the government's culture secretary has called on them to be transparent in their search. Stuart Smith, London.
The US Auto Workers Union is extending its strike to 38 locations in 20 states. It comes a week after workers first walked off the job in a dispute over pay and job security guarantees. US correspondent Nick Harper reports.
The United Auto Workers Union says substantial progress in negotiations has not been made. As such, it's extending the strike against the big three US automakers from 3 locations in 3 states to now include spare parts distribution centres at General Motors and Stellantis. It'll affect 38 locations in 20 states. But the extension does not include Ford. The UAW president says there has been progress in discussions with the company.
I'm Caroline Malone in Washington, and that was The Week in Review.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
Yeah. It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up showing what you read. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
I don't know what you've been told. Some may say I've lost control, but truth be told, I'm not the same no more. Yeah, I don't know what you've been told. I fell in love with another, didn't mean to make you fall. I couldn't do this forever, either way we would have lost. Now you're begging me to stay. Keep telling you it's too late. You're begging me to stay.
gotta run, 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 can't fight no more. Now listen, girl, what I say is gold, gold. Now we can't stay here in the cold. I fell in love with another, didn't mean to make you fall. I couldn't do this forever, either way we would have lost. Now you're begging me to stay, keep telling you it's too late, too late.
say thank you for listening. You're listening to what we call the old school, the new old school, actually. And new old school is because we do believe that the music that you listen to will eventually become classics. There are a lot of different types of music, but we all know that they have high quality and they have messages and something to say. And speaking of something to say, BSUSA stands for Bullshit USA, which is my particular form of communication, because every day we have a tendency to talk a whole bunch of bullshit, and in the news media and social media and everyday life, just kicking back, talking to each other, a lot of bullshit is being thrown around. So BSUSA tries to identify that bullshit, try to express itself in a unique way, trying to make it fun, light, also can be serious, talk about certain controversial type things. And BSUSA is here for you. The individual would like to talk to you, want you to give us feedback on what you are hearing, what you have to say, what your unique type of bullshit, share, and what you believe in. We are not a negative radio station. We do not really create a lot of hate. We're not about hate. We're about informing, enlightening, entertaining. These are things that BSUSA is all about. And if you're about that too, I want you to try to please bear with us, stick with us, listen to the music, and be part of our community. So BSUSA says thank you for listening to the new old school. And here's some more.
이젠 더는 숨지 않아 너와 나는 느껴 나와 너 말이야 속삭이는 내 손악마 비밀의 악마 더는 듣지 않아 헤어지려 그만 좀 놔둬 나 그만하려는 거랬잖아 진실한 사람 누가 알겠어 그 사랑을 우리 보여주자 단 하나 너야 단지 너뿐이야 나 포기 못해 여기 진심뿐인 내 세상을 나 포기 못해 I want you 너의 나를 데려가 I want you 다 필요 없어 I want you 난 진심뿐이야 I want you 그냥 you 행운이란 없던 내 삶 그 속에 너란 빛이 비쳐 꿈같이 우린 웃음 속에 눈을 맞춰 새로 태어난 이 순간을 느껴 단 하나 너야 단지 너뿐이야 나 포기 못해 여기 진심뿐인 내 세상을 나 포기 못해 사랑 너와 나를 If you gotta know the truth was gonna let you go. You was fine, never mind, unpredictable. Fade out of the ground, you ain't no one. You a star, blow it up like supernova. In the nighttime, hit my hotline. Sharing secrets, you was really was about your life. Basic bullets, with no bullets. Does your wifey know you're begging for my notice? Promise you're the same, running for the meds. Sure you like my vibe, pass my candy on my wrist. Bad habits, little rabbit. Now sit down, you can have it. I see it when you walk my way. Nice big head, come and play with me. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Got a whole lot of love for my dog. I see it when you walk my way. Nice big head, come and play with me. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Now show how freaky you are.
So I'm just gonna be away for 1 hour. Please don't break anything. And I might have a surprise for you.
Give me a miracle. I need a syllable. Talking about big cash, that's the minimum. I'm done with this trash. Thought to be critical. Show me your mental state before we get physical. Pour some water in your cup, let it drip, drip, drip. Now look straight into my eyes, then you sip, sip, sip. It's about time, let you shine. Take off that leash so that we can have some fun. I see it when you walk my way. Nice big bed, come and play with me. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Got a whole lot of love for my dog. I see it when you walk my way. Nice big bed, come and play with me. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Now show how freaky you are. I see it when you walk my way. Nice big bed, come and play with me. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Got a whole lot of love for my dog. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Got a whole lot of love for my dog. Freak it dog, freak it dog. Got a whole lot of love for my dog.
We're shutting down our minds. We just wanna feel that rush. Losing track of time, but that's so typical of us. When I hear the bass play on the floor, I just wanna let out my roar. Can't wait no more. Dancing like we're animals. Hands up in the air. Jump around like you don't care. Let people stare. Just put your hands up in the Just put your hands up in the air.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I would like to talk about mainstream media. And we don't really even know what that even means anymore. We have social media, we have, people with chat rooms, blogs, all this information that's all over the place, through the internet and through radio stations, like streaming radio stations like the one you're listening to now. And, you have streaming television stations. And then you have that mainstream media. And, like Fox News, like CNN, and these institutions are here, and they're supposed to be respectful institutions. And lately, what's going on with mainstream media? Is mainstream media here to share information, give you data, tell you what's going on in the current events? I mean, what is mainstream media supposed to do for us? And is mainstream media for real? I can watch CNN and I can see some real good information out of it. And then I can also see the fact that certain things are being presented in a way that it's more influencing instead of sharing true information. And we know Fox News is it just lies. But, their audience likes what they hear. And so is mainstream media just feeding the people that they like to hear? Are the people who watch these institutions truly control them? Because if you lose your ratings, you don't have, what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say in the 5-Minute Lowdown is that, are we presenting news information to the public, or are we just regurgitating what the public or what certain groups want to hear, so we can keep those groups and so we can keep getting paid? BS USA, we have our group here, and we try to be clear in what we're saying. We talk our own unique type of bullshit, and we know that there's going to be people who follow us and stay with us, and there's people who are going to walk away. Is that the business model for mainstream media? And if it is, and that's what gets you paid, then what's the true problem? And maybe the problem is the echo chamber that this information is coming from. The Fox News echo chamber, the mega group, or the extremists that seem to be the norm all across the board. And BS USA, we have our own little group here, and we represent something different. And we call it BS because we're talking bullshit. But we're not taking our bullshit so seriously that we try to turn it into truth or reality, because we know bullshit when we hear it. We know bullshit when we hear it. And people are so shocked that Fox News got caught talking and speaking lies when they've been speaking lies for years. And, somebody had to get fired. Something had to change. CNN, Fox News, mainstream media. What is your role? BSUSA wants to know. And we want you guys to, in the comments, let us know what you think. No one trusts anybody any day, which is a bunch of bullshit. We got institutions that we need to lift up and create integrity and make sure that those institutions have the integrity that goes with it. And like I said before, this is no bullshit. We got to just stop lying and stop living in fantasies and start living in reality. Because people get hurt. So that's BS USA and 5 Minute Lowdown asking the question, what is mainstream media really for? And we got some good music here for you. That is food for thought. Think about it, and ask yourself those questions when you're watching your echo chamber. And do you want to just be fed your own points of view, or do you want to be fed reality? Do you want to live in a fantasy world, or do you want to live in a real world? And if you want to live in a real world, those echo chambers will change because you change. But if you want to live in fantasy, they're going to keep feeding you what you want to hear. BS USA is trying to live in reality one day at a time. There's some good music, and that was Big D talking to you, and we'll talk to you later. Take care.
You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world. Don't mind those crows buzzing around your head. Nothing's gonna hurt your girl. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. Let's take the Jeep along to my dad. I know just the thing to do. Don't mind the law, hard on our heels. No one's gonna come for you. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. I wanna be where the sun comes out with you. I wanna go in the field that chases you. Seasons are changing, love is amazing. Everyone's waiting for something worth craving. So I wanna take it, take love around the world with you. You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world.
You ain't got enough of this fever, I know, I know. Nothing would remain and you don't wanna go, so go. Cause you're picking your pace, no time to waste. I wanna love you but life doesn't wait. You can't stay here and waste away. You need to taste every mistake, fall out and get up again and again. Again and again and again and again. I'll be with you always. You don't need to be afraid. And I'll meet you up, I'll meet you at the end. I'll be with you always. You don't need to be afraid. I'll meet you at the end. but you're getting so hollow, so cold. Cause you're picking your pace, no time to waste. I wanna love you, but life doesn't wait. You can't stay here and waste away. You need to taste every mistake, fall out and get up again and again. Again and again and again and again. I'll be with you always, you don't need to be afraid. And I'll meet you up, I'll meet you at the I'll be with you always, you don't need to be afraid. I'll meet you at the end.
Down a brick road, click your heels and you'll be there. I want you, do you want me to? Once you hear the rhythm playing, promise you won't be complaining. I'll be here for it if it's for you. Once my body gets to swaying, promise you won't be complaining. And I'll be saying, yeah. Dance for you. Would that be cool? Can I dance for you? Would that be cool? Yeah. Beautiful girls are coming, funny girls are real sweet. I don't say these words often, loving you has left me weak. But let's take a walk down a brick road, click your heels and we'll be there. I want you, do you want me to? Once you hear the rhythm playing, promise you won't be complaining. I'll be here for it if it's for you. Once my body gets to swaying, promise you won't be complaining. And I'll be saying, yeah, yeah. Dance for you. Would that be cool? Can I dance for you? Would that be cool? Oh, every heart in the world is looking for a partner. Many fish in the sea, but there's one I'm chasing after. I'm not afraid to tell the world who I choose. Baby, it's you.
not afraid to say it. I know it took some time. Used to read it in a press release what I was going through. But I got stories too. The fear of being last, like everybody knows when you don't. If every feeling passed, then why am I still stuck with this one? I should see it through and change my point of view. I try to catch it when the moment's over. I try to fill up though it's pouring over. Cause I have reached a point where nothing matters, and I'm signing up this open letter. I go down in blue, and that will be on you. Now what is going on? The answers are right here reflected, but still you get it wrong. Cause you heard everyone's but my perspective. I have been there too, but I can't change the truth. I try to catch it but the moment's over. I try to fill up though it's pouring over. Cause I have reached a point where nothing matters, and I'm signing up this open letter. I go down in blue, and that will be on you. And with all these words in writing, a storm rolls off my chest, and with no one to rely on, I'm probably at my best. Whether it comes from God, whether it comes from me, whether it comes from God, whether it comes from me, whether it comes from God, whether it comes from me, whether it comes.
This is BSUSA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I want to talk about peace at this particular time period. You know, I'm kind of chilling out here and looking at the world, you know, through that unique way that BSUSA does, you know, trying to understand the whole situation. And we're out here in Honolulu, Hawaii, in the island of Oahu, and it's very beautiful here. But it has its problems like every major city in Hawaii. You know, we, deal with our ups and downs. We have our homeless issues. We have a lot of things here. But like across the whole world, we have the same issues. And, on the Big Island, we have issues. On the main island, the USA, and all across the world. So we're going to talk about peace and what that is and what causes us to have peace in our lives and ourselves and our situations, lack of conflict, bad choices. People write books about how you can find happiness and peace in the world. But no one talks about kindness towards one another. And, you have the Bible, in certain religious books that talk about that, but I'm talking about in your daily life. Do you see yourself being kind to one another? Do you see yourself creating peace in an area that you're in, that you're located in, that you have the power to create peace with kindness? BSUSA is bringing that up because that's what we understand. We've seen that occur all across the United States. We've seen it in here on the islands. We've seen people who don't have a lot of money, doesn't have a lot of power, but they have the unique capability to make the world a better place through their behavior and their actions. And I want to bring that out because that's no bullshit. I mean, we live in a world of a lot of chaos. And the way to solve that problem is just good choices and very nice behavior. We can behave. It's possible to treat people with respect. It's possible to treat people with kindness and not making it always about you. Selfishness and greed and those things that we know are not really good for us, but we eat it up like candy anyway because of our nature. But let's just stop and look at what works in this world and what doesn't work in this world. And what makes the world a better place is kindness. And peace comes from that. And treating yourself with respect, treating yourself with kindness, treating your neighbors with kindness. You don't have to be wealthy and giving $1 million away to be nice to somebody. It doesn't always have to be a monetary value. It just can be a just polite conversation. That's what BSUSA is talking about. That's what we're trying to do right now with you, trying to let you know that we respect you and we see you with the value that you really have as a fellow citizen of this great planet that we all are part of. Everybody's part of this planet. Every one of us. So we reach out. We got nothing but love for you. We reach out because it's all about being kind to one another at this moment in time right now. And we want things to be better. And we want peace in the world. And that's what BSUSA is talking that unique bullshit. We want peace. Peace in our time. As they said in the movie with Robert Downey Jr. when he was a weapons dealer. Peace in our time. But we're talking about kindness and true understanding that people are valuable and just them existing is valuable. Everything is not for our consumption and for our ability to dominate. And that's no bullshit. Acceptance is a serious, powerful tool in the world of kindness. Love is another one of those things. Understanding is another one of those things. So you can take a couple of those tools and use them in their everyday life and you get better at it. This is BSUSA. We have more music. That was a 5-minute lowdown talking about peace in the world today and kindness and your ability to make the world a better place. Talk to you later.
We've said our goodbyes, but we won't go home just yet. You've got your head down, just like when we first met. I can't believe it's ending. Why did we fuck it up? So stupid and upsetting. How can I give you up? We've said our goodbyes, but we won't go home just
get stronger. I'll be okay, just give me a little bit longer. Yeah, we're gonna win the struggle we're in.
This is BS USA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone with the Week in Review. Canada is calling on India to cooperate with its investigation into the killing of a Sikh separatist leader in British Columbia amid an escalating diplomatic row. It comes as the Financial Times newspaper reported that US President Joe Biden had expressed concern about the matter to Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi this month at the G20 summit in India. Rebecca Bundan reports from Mumbai.
The row between New Delhi and Ottawa has continued to escalate over the Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was shot dead in June. India has stopped issuing new visas to Canadians, citing the security threat to its staff, which it says is disrupting work. And it has also asked Canada to reduce its number of diplomats in the country. Canada has said it won't release evidence, but it is urging India to cooperate in its probe. The White House says it won't give any special exemption to India, although the US has been bolstering ties with the country, which is seen as a counterweight to China. Rebecca Bundan, Mumbai.
World leaders have pledged to invest billions of dollars to keep climate change under control. Many had gathered earlier this week in New York for the Climate Ambition Summit, taking place alongside the United Nations General Assembly. But some leaders were also criticised for failing to show up. Sally Patterson was at the UN headquarters.
Countries were instructed to come to the United Nations Climate Ambition Summit with tangible solutions. One by one, leaders were given the opportunity to share what they are doing to slow global warming. United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres stressed responsibility was not shared equally among nations. It is the poorest countries, he said, who are suffering from the actions of the richest. But leaders from the world's biggest emitters, China and the United States, didn't even turn up at the summit, nor did UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or French President Emmanuel Macron. Without their commitment, climate campaigners question how much impact summits like this can really have. Sally Patterson, New York.
Well, as global temperatures continue to break records, deaths related to extreme temperatures in England and Wales have soared. Heat-related deaths last year hit the highest on record in England. Simon Gaitan reports.
The latest figures from the Office of National Statistics show that more than 4,500 people died in England in 2022 as a result of the high temperatures, which topped 40 degrees for the first time since records began. According to the ONS, there has been a 102% increase on the number of heat-related deaths on a 3-year average on the hottest days in 2022 than in 1990. Experts at the Met Office have previously predicted that these record-breaking temperatures will likely be regarded as cool by the end of the century due to the effects of climate change.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. The British comedian and media personality Russell Brand has had his comedy tour cancelled by promoters after allegations of rape, sexual assault and emotional abuse were reported by UK media last weekend. London's police service says it's received at least one report of sexual assault from 2003. It's urging other people to come forward. Stuart Smith reported on it from London.
While the report given to the police refers to sexual abuse taking place in Soho, central London, at least 2 of the alleged assaults took place in LA. One of the women who spoke to the media says Brand ordered a BBC car to take her from school to his house when she was only 16. While that's at the age of consent in the UK, she said her experience left her feeling cheap and dirtied. In a video response online, Russell Brand called the reporting a litany of extremely egregious and aggressive attacks and insisted all of his many relationships were absolutely always consensual. In light of the media reports, Russell Brand's book publisher, talent agency and a charity with whom he worked on drug rehabilitation have all cut ties. Broadcasters who hired him in the past are launching internal investigations and the government's culture secretary has called on them to be transparent in their search. Stuart Smith, London.
The US Auto Workers Union is extending its strike to 38 locations in 20 states. It comes a week after workers first walked off the job in a dispute over pay and job security guarantees. US correspondent Nick Harper reports.
The United Auto Workers Union says substantial progress in negotiations has not been made. As such, it's extending the strike against the big three US automakers from 3 locations in 3 states to now include spare parts distribution centres at General Motors and Stellantis. It'll affect 38 locations in 20 states. But the extension does not include Ford. The UAW president says there has been progress in discussions with the company.
I'm Caroline Malone in Washington, and that was The Week in Review.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
It's never goodbye till it's over. Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling on to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me down. But I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, anywhere, as long as you're with me. Oh, I'm drunk and I know it, but I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling on to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me So you're looking for the secret that got me here. Some kind of magic ingredient that takes you there. Well, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. I bet it isn't what you wanna hear from me. No, you just wanna find some kind of lucky pill for free. But you just have to keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. It's the only thing, if I know anything, that will set you for life. There ain't no quick fix or book of dirty tricks. There's just plain old strife. It's the sign of the times, I do believe. And with risk of sounding like an interrupted stream, once more I tell you, keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. You just keep showing up. Yeah, you just keep showing up. Yeah, now keep showing up. You keep showing up.
This is BS USA, and it's the 5-minute lowdown. Joe Biden, our president, and the Republican Party. And there is information and conversation about impeaching Joe Biden. And the reason for that, because people believe Republican Party or people are concerned that Joe Biden is a crook, that he is somehow, some way making a large amount of money through a relationship between his son's business dealing and himself. This is what BS USA has gotten out of all this rhetoric and talk and stuff on the internet and social media. And, you know, this is our BS. This is our viewpoints and opinions. This is not something that we consider a fact. But this is what we are looking at and how we are determining it. And we want to share this information and ask you, what do you think? Do you think that, our president is capitalizing off of some shady business deals? Or you think Joe Biden and his relationship with his son has relationships with other foreign businesses, and this is what's going down? Because that's the rumor mill. That's what's being said. So the Republican Party is talking about an impeachment inquiry. An impeachment inquiry means I'm going to inquire, I'm going to get all the people together, and we're going to do an investigation, and we're going to dig up to see if this is true or not, and we're going to try to find out if this is happening, because American people need to know. And we're going to go through that process. That's what the Republican Party is asking the head of the Republican Party right now. So what do you think? Do you think that this is necessary? Do you think that we need to do this? Do you think that this is good for our nation? Or do you believe, like the other side of the coin, and I talk about both sides of the coin all the time, that this is a way to get back at the Democratic Party, get back at Joe Biden because of the belief and ideas that the Democratic Party is attacking Donald Trump? Donald Trump is always that elephant in the room that everybody always has to deal with, look at, walk around, avoid, whatever. So in this conversation, what do you think? Do you think that that's what this is about for Joe Biden and the impeachment inquiry that the Republican Party is pushing very heavily to do? We do know that if this does happen, it will create doubt in Joe Biden's credibility. And politics has a lot to do with opinions and if this person is worth your vote. And on one side of the coin, they're pushing very hard to change the opinions of people. So Donald Trump can be exposed or not exposed, or just influence you to think that Donald Trump is not worthy of your vote. And then the other side is going to do the same thing to try to make sure that you do not feel that Joe Biden is worthy of your vote. And, people wonder why we're so divided in this country of ours. Are you kidding me? BSUSA says, use your head for more than a hat rack. Stay focused, do your homework, do your due diligence when it comes down to picking that candidate for the House of Representatives, for the presidency, for whatever. Because there's a lot at stake here. And so we're weighing in that if an impeachment inquiry has to occur and no man is above the law, then so be it. That's one thing. But if this is just another way to try to change the focus away from Trump to the Bidens, to say the Bidens are bad compared to the Trumpers are bad. Here we go again. And if the Republican Party is doing that, they're doing the bidding of Donald Trump and the MAGA people. And is that their job? Is that the Republican Party's job? And is it the Democratic Party's job to do the bidding of the extreme Democrats? it's so confusing. It's so crazy. It's so messy. So as American citizens, BSUSA says, use your head for more than a hat rack. Don't get caught up in the bullshit. Understand what you're looking at. Ask questions and sort all this stuff out like we're trying to do over here so we can make a sound decision and we can get through all this. We have more music for you. Thank you for listening to BSUSA Radio, and take care and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
She said we better off as best friends. Ooh, what's a best friend? Can you let me know what it mean to be a best friend? That mean on the next man. Here we go, better off one time for the best friends. Best friends, one time for the best. Best friends, think we better off as. She think we better off as besties. I can tell her it's a different when we texting. Cause I'm a nice dude, they try to test me. Had to slide up by that zone for the bestie. I can be your friend, do you wanna do that? Talk about me to your friends, I'm like, well, yo, do that. Be the best you ever had, you already know that. I'ma treat you like a queen and looking like, oh, that. That's just my bestie. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't need that extra stress, that's just my bestie. Then the day she just like, check please. Whoa. She be out here with the gang and we chillin'. I might catch her eye, we started laughing cause we trippin', yeah. She get a text, she said I'm sorry, gotta go. I ain't trippin' cause I already know. She said we better off as best friends. Ooh, what's a best friend? Can you let me know what it mean to be a best friend? That mean on the next man. Here we go, better off one time for the best friends. Best friends, one time for the best. Best friends, think we better off as. Oh my, oh, what you do to me is crazy. In the back of my mind, I know what we on. 24/7, think about it daily. I swear, you're the one that got away. Can't rush a thing, got away. Can we run it back for a day? You name the time and the place. Ooh, you got it all. Just know nobody else knows the things I told you. So tell me what I gotta do to get closer. I'm willing to do whatever, baby. Yeah. I'm on besties time. We already know what the deal is. She said we're better off as best friends. Ooh, what's a best friend? Can you let me know what it mean to be a best friend? That mean on the next man. Here we go, better off one time for the best friends. Best friends, one time for the best. Best friends, think we better off as.
Thing, babe.
Jumping off the bridge on the west side. What a time to be alive. Love took us for a ride that we never dreamed. Never knew we caused a scene. January 3rd, 103. A casualty of love we bring. It's okay, baby, just breathe. I know we'll swim against the stream. Our love will last forever. Our love will last forever. Our love will last forever. Keys to the locks of our dreams, flooded by what it could be. Break the glass of the unseen. This ocean full of unbelief. Hold my hand, squeeze it tight, you can trust me. Hold your breath, it's moving to my knees. Open your eyes, stare at me. We're gonna make it, just believe. Our love will last forever. 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 Women jumping off the bridge on the west side. What a time to be alive. Love took us for a ride that we never dreamed. Never knew we caused a scene.
Chase your tail light. I'll be under your skin, letting you go for a while.
baby, in spite of the body stretching out your pinstripes. Got so much to tell you, come on inside. Hey. You was MIA from the invite, tryna give me daps with my hands tied. All I wish for, if you could go my way, yeah. Been had me from the start. You've been on my radar for too long. Want you to stay, babe. You'd never say the word. I could give you the world, girl, won't you? Try me, I bet you gon' like it. Lava, baby, lava, yeah, me, lava, with me, baby, yeah. Lava, baby, lava, yeah, me, lava, with me, baby, yeah. Ain't no other girl hotter than you, girl, you next up. All we gotta do, we could pick up where we left off. Always wanted you, baby, we can be the best us. Oh yeah, yeah. Been around the block, but I'm back cause you the best out. Girl, I know you tired cause the world don't got you stressed out. This is our chance, baby, don't you let it pass us. Come over, yeah. Been had me from the start. You been on my radar for too long. Want you to stay, babe. You'd never say the word. I could give you the world, girl, won't you? Try me, I bet you gon' like it. Lava, baby, lava, yeah, me, lava, with me, baby, yeah. Lava, baby, lava, yeah, me, lava, with me, baby, yeah.
This is BS USA, and it's the 5-minute lowdown. Things in the United States has been becoming very heated, and I'm trying to find some things that are more positive, because I think that's a thing that we need. We all need more positive situations in our great nation. BS USA wants to be positive. We're a positive radio station. But we find ourselves in a time in history that we have difficulties, and those difficulties cannot be just pushed under the rug and cannot just be pretend away. So BS USA and the 5-minute lowdown lately has been talking about more political issues, and we're going to keep presenting what we believe is necessary for our 5-minute lowdowns to have food for thought, because we want the American people, we want our listeners, we want us to think about our great nation, think about the USA part of our BS USA. We got our bullshit over here. We talk our bullshit, but we're going to talk about that USA part. And so the 5-minute lowdown is talking about how we love our country. And our country has a lot of problems. But we love our country here at BS USA. We love just how diverse it is and how it came to be. There's a lot of problems. There's a lot of unfairness. There's a lot of struggle. There's a lot of things that created this nation. But if you stop and look at this nation for what it is right here and now, through all the unfairness, through all the chaos, through all the mistreated things that we did as a nation, as a growing nation, we found ourselves through history a way to recognize, improve upon ourselves, and move forward. And we move forward to a lot of freedom and a lot of democracy and a lot of people who came here as immigrants, came here as slaves, came here, and their ancestors that all came here, the children of those people, even those people themselves were able to become part of this great nation and contribute through music and media and song and politics and technology and developing this nation we call America, USA. That's amazing. And that's no bullshit. And only recently we have gotten to a point that we decided no more, we don't want to play that game anymore. No more. We don't want to play the game of evolving to be the best country we can be for everyone. We have decided my way or the highway, my way or the highway. We have decided to go backwards, to take freedoms away. And we as a nation is starting to decide that. Certain states are saying, well, this is how we are, and you have to be this way, and we have to be this way, and you can't read this, and you can't do that. And this has been in the last 8 years, 10 years. And it's because of fear. And BS USA wants to ask our listeners what you think. Because BS USA Radio over here believes it's because of fear. What are we now that our ancestors wasn't? That the generations before us was strong enough to stand up against? We're afraid that our neighbors are gonna what? Benefit? Acquire success, power? Somehow that's gonna take power and control away from you? No matter what side of the aisle you're on? Or is that just a game that's being played by the political leaders, by people that want power, that have power, that they have gotten so down and dirty in the trenches that this is how they are playing the game now and pulling all of us into it. That's how it seems here at BS USA. And we're going to say what we think we see here. Now, this is our bullshit. This is our unique type of bullshit. And it's food for thought. So we love the US of A. And we still have more music. And we will keep loving the US of A as long as we have one. This is BS USA Radio, and that was a 5-minute lowdown.
If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah. no matter the route. Yeah, baby, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, baby, I got you, I got you, I got you. Ocean in between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Coming back for your time at the time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the rules.
is going cold. You're leaving out the door and say I don't know when I'll be home. Like needles in my heart, it's tearing me apart. Just trying to find a light in the dark. I know that you're afraid, believe me when I say it's alright, we'll get by. Our colors fade away, I hope it's just a phase. I tell myself that we'll be okay. So hold on to me, baby, hold on. Put your hands into mine, wanna feel you close. So hold on to me, baby, hold on. Got our souls intertwined, I'm not letting go.
USA Radio. And we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
She's a heartbreaker, a little dangerous, running through your mind with a razor. You might not see how she plays with your heart. She's a heartbreaker, a heartbreaker. When you're up at night, busy with overthinking, she'll for her next victim. She's a player, out to play ya. Take some one by one, yeah. Better put your guard up before you get let down. Better know when to stop. She's a heartbreaker, a little dangerous, running through your mind with a razor. You might not see how she plays with your heart. She's a heartbreaker, a heartbreaker. Better put your guard up before you get let down. Better know when to stop. She's a savage, savage. She's a heartbreaker, a little dangerous, running through your mind with a razor. You might not see how she plays with your heart. She's a heartbreaker, a heartbreaker. She's a savage, savage. She's a savage, savage. True survivor, standing tall amongst the brave. It's time to rise up, yelling glory to the saved. And we fall, we reign, we rise again. The fall, the pain, we try so hard to feel sane. It's all in our brain. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Lighting a fire for the night. Let it burn, keep inside. Keep the spirit up at night. There's a miracle alive. All the pain inside your bones, all the cold inside your homes. You were never all alone, all alone. Restless all the time. Feel myself decline. Lose myself till my heartbeat stops. But we fall, we reign, we rise again. The fall, the pain, we try so hard to feel sane. It's all in our brains. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights. Always keeping us restless with the lights. Keeping us restless with the lights.
This is BSUSA, and we thank you for listening to the music. And now we are going to have the 5-minute lowdown. And it's a simple thing. Over here we were talking and trying to understand what generation, some of the people here at BSUSA was asking, what generation are you part of? And so we're going to break it down into years so everyone and our listeners can understand. If you are born in these particular time, you are this particular generation. So if you were born in 1946 to 1964, you are officially a baby boomer. If you were born from 1964 to 1981, you're considered Generation X. Generation X was the generation that's supposed to be confused and don't know what they want to do with their lives. And that's the way they identified Generation X at that time. Generation Y, or the millenniums, is what they also are called, was born between 1981 and 1996. So if you're born between 1981 and 1996, you are considered Generation Y or a millennium, which is pretty wild. That is, the next generation is Generation Z, which is 1997 to 2012. And the last generation, which is the one that's being born now, they call Generation Alpha. And Generation Alpha is 2012 to 2024. So that's the generation. So if you were born between those years, you can identify who you are, what generation you are, and how you fit into this whole system. It's BSUSA, and you listen to the 5-minute lowdown, and listen to some more good music.
There's no ceiling when you are near me. Worth the waiting, baby, believe me. A chance of you is worth taking. There's no limit when you are near me. Sending you my love and all my good vibes. Sending all I got. So tell me you feeling all my love and how it feels right. Sending you my love. So tell me you got it. Tell me you got it. Tell me you got but the same moonlight, you're here with me, always on my mind. A thought of you is a good thought. We got distance, see the same sunrise. Sending you my love and all my good vibes. Sending all I got. So tell me you feeling all my love and how it feels right. Sending you my love. So tell me you got it. Sending you my love and all my good vibes. Sending all I got. So tell me you feeling all my love and how it feels right. Sending you my love, my love, my love, my love. Second
No matter what people want you to believe, don't ever turn back on your dreams. It's all in your hands, a change is near. Close your eyes, listen, the sound is so clear. Gotta love one another. Speak up, stand tall, our voice sounds broken. Rise up, love all, heart wide open. Got to love. Gotta love one another. You got to love one another. Not about the storm, but how you dance with the rain. Don't beat yourself up, strive through your pain. Keep moving forward, don't be afraid of who you are. Anything is possible, so shine like a star. Gotta love one another. 장난하니 됐어 굳이 욕해서 where you find me 와리가리 I be on my own 좀 많이 시비 걸어봐 hit my line don't play me boy don't play me 장난하니 됐어 굳이 욕해서 where you find me 와리가리 I be on my own 좀 많이 시비 걸어봐 hit my line don't play me boy don't play me boy don't play me 나 지역을 전화 hit raise me you praising your God you crazy 그 미래는 버려 cause lately psychopath처럼 I've been making up broke with never don't meet 미쳐버린 내 머릿속에 너 모르잖아 내게 언제 you don't know what I do up on the weekend 괴물도 아니고 꿈에서 상상할 수 없는 놈이니까 기생충 곡 상황마다 보았다 그놈 없어지잖아 It's the kid but I be an old boy better not step out of line 지문을 locked up and I locked in 시비 걸어봐 catch a knot 됐어 굳이 어디서 where you find me 와리가리 I be on my own 좀 많이 시비 걸어봐 hit my line don't play me don't play me 장난하니 됐어 굳이 어디서 where you find me 와리가리 I be on my own 좀 많이 시비 걸어봐 hit my line don't play me don't play me 하얀 스포츠카 둘이 롤리 친구끼리 롤리 나의 길거리 장난하니 BB's on my diamonds 하나 둘셋넷 coming by the milli I got 5, 6 baddies did I stutter check my bottom 하얀 스포츠카 둘이 롤리 친구끼리 롤리 나의 길거리 장난하니 BB's on my diamonds 하나 둘셋넷 coming by the milli I got 5, 6 baddies did I stutter 장난하니 됐어 굳이 어디서 where you find me 와리가리 I be on my own 좀 많이 시비 걸어봐 hit my line don't play me don't play me 장난하니
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown, and we are going to talk about slowing down. BS USA knows that, we are competitive people, definitely in the United States, all throughout the country, and we're always trying to get that mighty dollar. We're always trying to earn that money, trying to pay those bills, trying to stay in our homes, trying to keep our cars, trying to stay, above water. We say it all the time, trying to keep our head above water financially is the key. But we also need to know that sometimes we have to slow down. I was just talking to a dear friend of mine, and, he's working 2 to 3 jobs. He works 7 days a week, and he's been doing it for years now. And he's finding himself sometimes working like he's in a cloud, in a fog. And if that's you, BS USA says, we understand your position. We here at BS USA, we work long hours trying to keep things moving, trying to, stay stable ourselves. But I realize that if you slow down just a little bit, give yourself that break, that 30-minute break, that 45-minute break, that afternoon break, you get to last longer. You get to live longer. Your health truly benefits by it. Your mind benefits by it. Your ability to interact with others and stress levels and stuff, it has a lot to do with the rest that you get. I mean, even if you're not sleeping, it's just the rest that you get. Our brains are constantly bombarded with information, and it stresses us out. So maybe you can find that place in the backyard or drive over to that area and just take that 20 minutes just to sit back and look at the countryside or the beach if you're in a place where you can see the water, or just go up in the hills and just chill out for a period of time. Regenerate those batteries emotionally and psychologically and physically. Regenerate yourself so you can go back and fight this good fight. You'll find out that after that, it won't be as hard, and you find yourself a little happy. BS USA says to everyone, kind of slow down a little bit. I think that is very important, and I know it's very important. So let's do that. BS USA says thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown, and slow down. Here's some more music.
Yeah, I'll be honest, 요준이 생각에만 나 It's dishonest to say that I've been feeling alive 난 아니야 Staying up in night all the time 서 네가 필요 없다고 구차니난 거짓말 Now I'm sprung, running through my head 네 옆에 말해줘 시간 없다고 hold 때가 가라고 You ain't even gotta tell me twice So you fancy, funny how you in my life 그래 이젠 궁금하지 않아 우리 미래 Think about her, strip down 홍대 이세이 Driving on the wrong side down on the freeway Frequent trips and frequently 기대 우리 컸던 점점 더 힘이 Think about our problems all 점점 커져 친구 사이로 I know I told you we could be there 1, 2, 3 I ain't never offended if you left like that 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데 Staying up at night 있어 보이기에 I don't really miss you Talking like we're friends so 지난 척해 Like a game But you're not even playing 연락하지 마 이름 보지 않게 I don't really need you All I need is you Yeah All I need is you All I need is you, yeah, like all I need is you Baby, we can rendezvous Baby, all I need is you Like all I need is you Baby, all I need is 시간 지나도 바뀌는 건 없고 all the time wondering if what you said is even true 학교 중요하다고 이해한다고 I think I should have said no said I understood 미안하지만 친구 사이로 사이좋게 하자고 맘만 좋을 거라고 sorry if I let you on yeah. Switch up I see you rocking new hair and let's make up 보기 좋으지 머릿속에 take up 생각만 해도 could break up 생각만 해도 I wake up 후회하진 않아 가끔씩 생각이 나 How you just cruising on by I'm busy doing a lot Getting you out of my mind Getting you out of my mind I ain't even offended that you left like that 있으면 우리 싸울 텐데 Staying up at night 있어 보이기에 I don't really miss you Talking like we're friends so 지난 척해 Like a game But you not even play 연락하지 마 이름 보지 않게 I don't really need you All I need is you yeah All I need is you All I need is you, yeah, like all I need is you. Baby, we can rendezvous. Baby, all I need is you. Like all I need is you. Baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
haven't kissed one either, but now is the time. All our friends hanging out in the pool, perfect bodies sweating, making moves. Passing out in the late afternoon, lazy Sunday party, baby, ooh. All our friends hanging out in the pool, perfect bodies sweating, making moves. Passing out in the late afternoon, lazy Sunday party, baby, ooh.
Ah, yeah. Hey, Amaru. Only if you're ready, 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 ready. Let's go. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love that do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. Me no care about all the noise, but I'm digging your station. See how you got my head spinning with a body rotation. Body rotation. Couple of days went by, now I'm losing my patience. Go ahead, drop a pin, girl, wanna know your location. What's your location? Had to pull a plug on your ex, now you coming my way out. I can switch it up for you, girl, I'm no longer a player. See that pretty face on my screen, that'll make my day. Bea, bea. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love that do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. I did feel like with her we can take over nations, yeah. We can take a trip whenever, girl, you need a vacation. Number one bad girl, killing everything like on a mission. Girl on a mission. Had to pull a plug on your ex, now you coming my way out. I can switch it up for you, girl, I'm no longer a player. See that pretty face on my screen, that'll make my day. Bea, bea. I'm only looking for loyalty. All I need from you. I'm thinking you be the one for me. I can see it on you. Your love that do me every time. With you by my side, we gon' shine. Baby girl, you know you royalty. I've been waiting for you. Yeah.
BS USA, and this is a 5-minute lowdown, and I like to talk about the fires that we're having in Hawaii, basically in Maui, and I want to talk about the tragedy and also how the community has joined together and has been there for one another. And then the tragedy is, you know, you can look it up, you can do some research, you get more technical details about the fire and how the fire spread and the whole, this resort complex caught on fire. And there's a lot of people who found themselves homeless. And BSUSA has also did a 5-minute lowdown earlier about homeless and how people come together to help other people who are homeless. And this is an example. And this is a tragedy. And people come together and help each other through tragedies. People come together and do what's right, and the differences go aside, and all the differences go aside. They're pushed where they belong, in a place that doesn't really matter, because what matters is people being safe and warm and out of the smoke. And there were people running from the fire into the ocean to stay away from the fire and the heat that were rescued. And there are a lot of people who are in the stadium here in Honolulu, and they live on the other island of Maui, and they're being taken care of by the other islands. There's the support for each other here. And that's the Hawaiian spirit. That's the aloha spirit. That is the kindness that the reason why BSUSA is here in Hawaii. I feel blessed being part of the Hawaii and being in the state of Hawaii and the islands and the community and the proper attitude about being there for one another. And that's no bullshit. And this tragedy showed an example. You know, we know there's weather conditions that can, just change people's lives. But we all come together and we work together to help one another. There's some celebrities that have come here to help. Some wealthy people live in Hawaii, very wealthy people, and they have done their part to try to show that it's about helping people. I don't want to really talk about who the celebrities are. They know who they are. And if you want to know who the celebrities are, you can basically look them up. BSUSA are not about giving a whole bunch of credit to everybody in a tragic moment. We're about talking about how wonderful Hawaii and the people of Hawaii is and the community is, and how they come together. And this is part of how Hawaii is. And it's a part of how America is and was and can be. So think about that. We come together through tragedies. We come together through storms and blizzards and fires, because we know that there's a lot more things that are more important than fighting over politics or what they call culture wars. And I have to bring that up because that seems to be in the news all the time. And the things that are good seem to get pushed in the background. But in this case, I want to talk about the people of the islands of Hawaii and how the community and how the governing body work together. Democrat and Republican governing body work together. It is amazing. It's wonderful. And I know that in time, the people who've lost their homes and lost their income will come back from it, because they will get the support that they need from the community that they are a part of. And BSUSA is a part of that community also. And so thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown about the Hawaii fires, but more importantly, how the Hawaii people and the people of Hawaii, even the visitors that had to cut their vacations short and go back home, and they did that with dignity, and they did that with a lot of kindness towards the community that is here. So we want to thank them, and their understanding. So BSUSA wants to say this was a 5-minute lowdown, and, throw our prayers out for people and do what you need to do to mimic the kindness and the love for one another, just like the people in Hawaii. And sometimes, when we just do it a little bit, even though we don't have a tragedy, I want to go there too. I want to say this can be what we do. It doesn't always have to take a crisis to be kind to one another and to help each other get through hard times. This is BSUSA, and we have more music. And thank you for listening.
Ain't looking for much of many, 'cause we got plenty. No line of division, we're all heaven sent. 'Cause I really, really, really want you to know that I love you from the highest peak to low. There ain't nothing that will block our path to grow. We can work it out. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me we'll choose to open the door, loving some more. If you found the light, show me the right. Had to walk on to open our hearts. We're finding recipes where cooks at the ready. No spice that we can't use. Got the zest for life. 'Cause I really, really, really want you to show all your colors to the light so we can grow. There ain't nowhere on this journey that we can't go. We can work it out. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me what you to open it down. The love and some more. If you found the light, show me the right. Got to walk on to open our hearts. You're the sweetest scent I know. That's right. A higher power brought us together. That angel, you're the deepest part of my heart. Oh, you said it. Let us climb and reach the stars. Ooh, ooh. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me what you to open it down. Love and some more. If you found the line, show me the right. Path to walk on to open our hearts. If you're lost in the blue, just tell me what you to open the door. Love and some more. If you found the line, show me the right. Had to walk on to open our hearts.
Boom, boom, there's a knock at the door. But don't freeze in your tracks. It's that chance that you've been waiting for. It's the light coming through the crack. When life shows an open door, come on, step through. A chance like the purest gold.
And we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
Oh, I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species' history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
This is now today.
And we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting, and thank you for listening and enjoy.
Highly sedated, intoxicated, we're automated and overpopulated. We're all fish in a stream, swimming towards a vicious dream. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking fear and hatred, dull and jaded. It's all been debated and manipulated. Nothing's ever as it seems. We're bound to believe everything they scream. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, 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 oh. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead, dead. Oh, 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 oh. Highly sedated, intoxicated. We're automated and overpopulated. Don't you know we're the walking dead, dead, dead? Our lives were meant to be this bleak. Somehow they got into our heads, heads, in our heads. We're wide awake, yet still asleep. We're the walking dead. We're the walking dead.
listening to the 5-minute lowdown. I want to talk about the United States of America and how we look at ourselves and how the country looks at us. There was a time where, because of the amount of opportunities, the amount of freedom that we have in this great nation of ours, that people just wanted to come here all the time. And we promoted that as a government, as a institution, as corporations, as a society. We promoted that. And it created competition, but competition was always looked at as something that is good. And way back in the day, there were these books which were called erasure algebra books, erasure algebra stories. And they were stories on how you can come to the U.S. and U.S. of A., you can come to our great land and you can create an opportunity for yourself. And we promoted this. Our country promoted this because I think we needed to improve our population. And a lot of people came. And they came, and we have stories about this. And a lot of people showed up in this great land. And a lot of people who call America their own today, they came from the group of people who were immigrants that came here fighting for a better opportunity. But our policies or political policies or government policies or corporate policies was, we wanted that to happen. We needed those people. I guess that's not the way it is now. I guess there's no room in the end. I guess we're all filled up. I guess people who need freedom and opportunity to be more are no longer, what we want. So we got a lot of people on the border that are dying to come here. And there's a lot of people over here going, we don't want them here. So where do you stand? BSUSA, where do you stand? Realizing where you came from, how you got here, how most of Americans got here. Your ancestors were fighting for freedom and opportunity and was willing to work like there's no tomorrow. The work ethic is strong and huge. So do you truly believe that all the people that are trying to come here now are just crooks and criminals and just want to live off the system? Or are they doing what your ancestors did, what the generations before us did, tried to have a better life for themselves because there was no opportunities where they came from? That's BSUSA saying, how do you see this? How does it look like to you? Personally over here at BSUSA, we know how hard it is to sustain and to keep paying our bills and to fight for opportunity. But I'm not willing to not be available for people who are trying to find freedom. Freedom is very important to BSUSA, and freedom to even talk our bullshit, freedom to be more than what we appear to be, freedom to not be terrorized, freedom to stand up for one another and be the best that we can be. And I think we as Americans need to look back and realize that that's why people came here. And that's how we got here. Even through the concept of slavery, this country became more than what it appeared to be. And the slaves became free. Freedom, democracy, This is BSUSA, and we have more music for you, and we are talking our unique type of bullshit because we can in the great US of A, and we got nothing but love for the immigrants that are trying to get here, not the criminals, not the crooks, not the gangsters, but the immigrants. We should be that country that welcomed them, just like our ancestors, our generations before us was welcomed by this great nation. That's BSUSA, and we have more music, and thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown.
Got a dopamine rush, got a major league crush when you're next to me. Got my heart upon my sleeve, can I hide the way I feel when you're next to me, girl? Got the kick in every move and I fought it's like a fool for you, for you. Wish I knew just what it was, but why should I make a fuss? Just stay next to me, girl, next to me, girl. Something special, don't know why, something special that I like about you, about you. There's a mystery entwined, something bigger to define about you, about you. Am I the only one to see? Got me down on my knees, taken by your gravity. And I just know you got that something special about you. Got me under lock and key, but I don't wanna be free when I'm next to you. You're like honey to a bee, I go crazy for the sweet when I'm next to you, girl. Got the kick in every move and I fought it's like a fool for you, for you. It might seem that I'm dumb, but it's you that's got me stunned. Stay next to me, girl, next to me, girl. Something special, don't know why, something special that I like about you, about you. There's a mystery entwined, something bigger to define about you, about you.
That's where folks call home. Then on to Carolina, place where I was born. Good morning, Music City. I've got a song for you. And God Almighty Lord paid my dues. Good God, I paid my dues from Mississippi on to Alabama, from Louisiana on to Texarkana. I'm getting a little too good, Lord, singing these old blues. Good God Almighty Lord paid my dues. Well, that Motel 6 in Austin has really gone downhill, but not as bad as my backseat where I stayed in Amarillo. Not much further to California, just a couple one-night stands, and I'm wrapped up in my baby's arms again. Good God, I paid my dues from Albuquerque on to Arizona, from Boulder City up to Idaho. I'm getting a little too good, Lord, singing these old blues. Good God Almighty, Lord, paid my dues.
My mama told me I should beware. I'll tell you a story about mean people who take use of innocent girls. Don't mean to scare you, but be careful. Maybe think twice before you walk alone. Call somebody to take you home. Look over your shoulder when you go that way. This world might take you to a bad, bad place. Remember you told me things your mama said. She never gave you enough affection. Let you run around. She didn't know you're bound to feel alone and such neglection. You may feel the need to fix the past you need and show belongingness. Feed me, pushes me further. World full of bad, I can't take much longer. Hold tight, you'll see I'm right. I don't tell you nothing just to mess with your mind. Don't be cold and act like you know some things my child make us all feel small. Remember you told me I should watch out. You see not I will have a good intentions. So keep your eyes stretched and sharp your senses. I'm terrified that you'll lose direction. Just hold tight, you'll see I'm right. I don't tell you nothing just to mess with your mind. Don't be cold and act like you know some things my child make us all feel small. Take this mark back to where it came from. Leave me out, this is not mine. To carry with me through my life. Hope these scars can heal with time.
Let's waste some time. I'm not that guy who gets my baby a ring. I won't be anybody's steady thing. And baby, 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 heading down the line. Oh, if you ain't got nothing better to do, let's waste some time. If you ain't got nothing better to do, let's waste some time.
This is BSUSA, and you're listening to the 5-minute lowdown, rundown. You know, I keep going back and forth. I want to call this thing the 5-minute rundown or the 5-minute lowdown. You know, it's technically the 5-minute rundown, but I think the lowdown sounds like I'm telling you guys what's up. So, you know, won't you guys give me some input on that and, you know, tell me which one you like, or we can just call it, you know, the 5-minute rundown lowdown. Anyway, this 5-minute lowdown or rundown is going to talk about technology and the technology that will make the world different. One of the number one things that we have in this world is the need for energy. And clean energy is the thing that everyone talks about. And, you know, corporate wants to know who has the answer to that. And the scientific community wants to know who has the answer to that. And that's one of the biggest things. You know, it's not just if you can come up with new technology or come up with a new energy source. The biggest thing is, how do you get it to the marketplace? How does the whole community or society or your country or the world benefit by the technology? And there's a lot of people who want the technology that we use today to stay in place, because if you change the way we, you know, acquire energy and use energy, you're going to change the power structure, the economic power structure of the planet. And that's no bullshit. And that's really one of the major hurdles of any new technology. It's who you're going to bump off the top of the hill, because there's a lot of money being made in the way we create energy for our society today. But we do know that new technologies and new energy sources has to be perfected and has to be cost effective and has to be put out there in the marketplace. And BSUSA is not talking any bullshit about that. And this is, you know, technology that is available and doable, but just not being done. Think about it. There's a thing called fusion reactors. And there's a lot of research into that technology. But, when is this technology going to be able to be implemented into society and implemented into the marketplace? And a lot of researchers have said this small, powerful fusion reactors are capable and doable based on our high processing computers and the material, which is called a superconductor, which creates huge amounts of magnetic field for shielding for the fusion reactions to be contained. BSUSA understands that technology exists. So what's up, America? Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we doing it at a fierce and competitive rate so we can be on the leading edge of that technology in the world? Or are we going to just argue about it, hang out, and wait for another country to decide to put their money and their resources where their mouth is? BSUSA is saying what needs to be said. Technology is here for us to utilize off of, and it's homegrown technology in the United States of America. So this is BSUSA giving you a 5-minute lowdown on the technology that can be produced, can be implemented, and can be the new next thing in America, and that is fusion reactors, and small fusion reactors. We just have to invest in ourselves again. So this is Big D, this is BSUSA, and there's more music.
I never got it, why'd you have to go? I guess this world's too slow for you. I think there's beauty in the gray, the cold, but you just want the gold. And there's no way I can beat it, cause I got no chance when it comes to her. She got the glitter and the fame, and I just wasn't enough for you. I wish you could be happy, yeah, yeah. But I can't lie. LA made you crazy, yeah, yeah. You don't care what's real no more, no, you don't want me anymore. You only want what you can afford. This is goodbye, bye. LA made you crazy, yeah, yeah. I see your stories and I can't believe all the people you meet. Think you belong with everybody else, but you belong with me. And there's nothing I can do, cause you don't see straight when it comes to her. No, she's gonna eat you up whole and spit you out, and then you'll be free. Every piece. I wish you could be happy, yeah, yeah. But I can't lie. LA made you crazy, yeah, yeah. You don't care what's real no more, no, you don't want me anymore. You only want what you can afford. This is goodbye, bye. LA made you crazy, yeah, yeah. You don't care what's real no more, no, you don't want me anymore. You only want what you can afford. Don't I make you feel something? Or maybe you can't feel anything. She's not gonna give you everything. Wish you could be happy, yeah, yeah. But I can't lie. LA made you crazy, yeah, yeah. You don't care what's real no more, no, you don't want me anymore. You only want what you can afford. This is goodbye, bye. LA
calling your phone, why you not hitting me back? Please just pick up, don't wanna go tit for tat. Arguing on versus this then this that. Killing my vibe, now I'm writing this rap. This is not another love song, girl, you got me sprung on. Loving like you know your pick stick, curve me crazy like I did some. Really knew you was the one, no. Now you're wanting to be done, so held me tight like a zip tie. Now you're running on the run, go. Not a love song, not another love song. 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 Ran up the check, no safety on what you get. You know I'm Saint Nick, all year was getting you gifts. Can't lie, I know I've been gone, just trying to make a week spend. I know you wanted me home, don't understand why you split. This is not another love song, girl, you got me sprung on. Loving like you know your pick stand, curve me crazy like I did some. Really knew you was the one, no. Now you're wanting to be done, so held me tight like a zip tie. Now you're running on the run, go. Not a love song, not another love song. 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 Testing me, why you always testing me? Arguing back and forth, can't make a call, might need a referee. Thought of you not here, I'm in my thoughts, it's so unsettling. Trying to make some sacrifices, mind and heart been wrestling. Got your friends around you, talking crazy, hit them heckling. Got you in your feelings, now you hit me, and you're pressing me. Had me in the doghouse, tied down, I was tethering. But you're still right here, so are you riding, are you dead in me? Let it be. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song. Not a love song, not another love song.
This is BSUSA, and you are listening to the 5-minute lowdown. You know, lowdown/rundown. Let's get into it. Let's talk about haters. And, you know, we've been talking about a lot of people and a lot of things and a lot of situations here on BSUSA. And what's important for us is to try to lift people up, try to, you know, get our unique type of BS out there and let everybody not take things too seriously. Everybody understand that we're all in this together. That's what BSUSA is trying to achieve and is achieving. I appreciate a lot of the feedback that we've been getting and a lot of the positive feedback that we've been getting. But we're going to talk about haters. And haters are people who see what you're trying to do, trying to accomplish, trying to achieve. And to try to do something is not easy. It's a lot of fear that's involved, a lot of pushing yourself to the limit. You know, if you're trying to go out for a team or you're trying to meet a certain expectation, you know, you're just trying to achieve something that you've never achieved before. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of work. And BSUSA, you know, have nothing but love for people who are trying to achieve, trying to be more than what they appear to be. We say that a lot over here at BSUSA. But these haters, they see what you're trying to do and they stop and they start tearing it down. They start talking about all the little gray areas, the little things that are not completely together. They put you under a microscope and they basically dissect you. And BSUSA wants to say to you, keep moving on. The haters are going to be out there. They're going to put you down because they basically are not doing anything. Now, we're not talking about constructive criticism. We're not someone telling you something so you can stay on the straight and narrow and be successful. There are people out there too who really are knowledgeable about the subject that you're trying to get into. And those people are being positive. Hopefully those people are able to talk to you in a positive manner and you're able to take what they're sharing with you in a positive manner. But we're talking about the haters. We're talking about that person that says, oh, this is not going to work out, or how do you think that's going to really work? And yeah, I heard that before, and that's not really this, and that's not really that. These people are the ones that you should just steer away from. BS USA knows this. So everyone who's out there trying to achieve, trying to start a new business, trying to get into that special college, trying to accomplish that particular goal that you have. I mean, just trying to learn something that had never been, taught to you. The person who's trying to learn guitar, person who's trying to invent some new technology. All these people are fantastic people who are pushing themselves to the limit. And BSUSA says we have nothing but love for you, and we understand that that is not easy. And avoid the haters, because the haters are afraid that you might succeed. Subconsciously, if you're striving to do something better, it lets them know that maybe they should be. Because as humans, we strive to be more than what we appear to be. That's BSUSA talking that 5-minute lowdown about avoiding the haters, not to take the haters seriously. Keep moving on. Keep succeeding. Keep failing until you solve the problem, and then you're no longer failing. So thank you for listening. We have some good music for you, and BSUSA will keep moving on and keep growing and keep succeeding one day at a time.
I don't wanna feel this good just 'cause you called last night. I'm not that girl. I don't wanna dress up for you and be a toy. I'm not that girl. No, I'm not that girl. You got me just as long as I'm bored. Put your feelings aside, give that wild shot a try. Let's ride. No one does it better. Put your feelings aside, throw yourself out in the night. Let's ride. Let's ride. Break out of your shell, meet me halfway. I'm not that girl. I'm not that girl. Make a mess, be a man. If it's hard, pretend. I'm not that girl. No, I'm not that girl. You should know I don't give in till I'm floored. Put your feelings aside, give that wild shot a try. Let's ride. No one does it better. Put your feelings aside, throw yourself out in the night. Let's ride. Let's ride. I don't wanna be like you. I don't wanna do the things you do. Come this way and ride with
This is BSUSA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US Space Agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
Oh, I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species' history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. All over again.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And, you know, here at BS USA, we're going to be talking about Joe Biden, okay? And particularly, we're going to be talking about the understanding of inflation. A lot of people are suffering because of inflation, and a lot of people believe it is Joe Biden's responsibility to do something about this inflation that we have in our country. Goods prices are up, interest rates are high, and you know, normally when this particular type of situation occurs, you go to the president and you go to your government officials and you go, what are you going to do about it? And, you know, what do you think? BS USA wants to know what you think. Is it Joe Biden's responsibility to help lower inflation? You know, and if it is he doing it? Is he trying to get inflation down? You know, there was a thing called the Inflation Act bill that was passed. And I know a lot of people benefited by that Inflation Act bill. Financially got support so they could survive because prices were going up and people were out of work and people needed money. And businesses, small businesses needed money and big businesses, and the infrastructure that we had needed to be invested into. And so under the Inflation Act, a lot of those things happen. But is the Inflation Act really helping lower inflation? We know that interest rates are high, and we know that raising interest rates have done things that stop people from, you know, buying houses, buying homes, because we really can't afford to pay the interest. And that is the game, the economic game that we play here in America. So BS USA wants to know what you think. And if Joe Biden said that he was going to help reduce inflation, he should. That's no bullshit. And if the Biden administration is responsible for doing that, and that's why he was voted into office to solve that problem, what's your grade on that? You know, that's BS USA. Want to do a little more research on how inflation occurs and how our political party and the president, what can they do to lower inflation? And if he can do more, is he trying to do more, or is it already okay? Because, you know, like anything else, after a while, we all adjust to it. And that's no bullshit. We need help in our daily lives in the sense of lowering some of these prices. How can that happen? So BS USA said this is a 5-minute lowdown about Joe Biden and his responsibility on how to implement policy that will lower inflation. And is he doing it? And did the Inflation Act really lower inflation? I know it helped people, but did it really lower inflation? And can inflation be lowered? Or is that just something that's going to happen over time? What you think? We're going to do more research on that. And thank you for listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And we have more music for you.
voices inside my head used to be my only friend, but they go silent when you're around. I hope you'll stay till the end. But I keep walking right into your arms and keep on falling. I'm falling with you. I'm standing with you, got it all in my hands, but I don't know how to breathe. I'm walking outside, taking in all the air, but I don't know how to breathe. I'm fading away under the night, but I figured it out. This is all 'cause of you. I'm standing with you, got it all in my hands, but I don't know how to breathe. I'm walking outside, taking in all the air, but I don't know how to breathe. I'm fading away under the lights, but I figured it out. This is all 'cause of you. Take my breath away.
This is BSUSA, and we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting, and thank you for listening and enjoy.
Sidewalk. All I need is hearing your sweet talk.
This is BSUSA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I want to talk about a technology. Some people believe this technology is unachievable, but I know, and a lot of data has shown that this technology is not just achievable, but is being achieved. And this technology is something that I believe that if our nation, if the United States embraced this technology and our government and our industry decided to make this technology our own or be the leader in this technology, we could turn our whole economic system around. And the technology is flying cars. Yeah, I said it. Flying automobiles, flying vehicles, a new way of transportation. Because if you can just imagine that we are able to simply travel from one state to another, so one area of employment can be in remote areas and you can travel to another. We know we have remote working right now, but the transportation industry can revolutionize the whole country if we could just get in our cars and just fly from one place to another. It eliminates a lot of issues and a lot of problems. It will give us something to focus on. It will create an industry that be envied by the other nations. BSUSA believes that to be true. You might think it's bullshit, what I'm talking about, but that's okay because, crazier things have happened. I believe that electric vehicles and electric flying automobiles or cars is the future, but I believe if we embrace it first, if we just take it on with like a lot of other technologies that I talk about here at BSUSA, it will change our economy. It will give us an upper hand. And we need to compete in the global market. We really do need to compete in the global market. Sometimes people don't understand that one technology can create a whole, branch of technologies from one. The computer industry is an example. So BSUSA says flying cars is the future, and it's the short future. It's not way in the future. It's 5 years from now, 3 years from now. Let's embrace it. Let's, ask for it. Let's create it. Let's have that industry up and running for our great nation. That's BSUSA talking about flying cars. And if you want to know more about flying cars, look it up, on Google, look at the progress that's going. There are flying car companies that need your support, need to be invested into. So you can take your money and invest it into flying cars. It's a long-term investment, but not that long, because sometimes you want to get in on the ground floor. That's BSUSA investing in the flying cars and telling everybody else, find the right flying car company. There's a couple really good ones out there that's making some great progress, and find out who they are, do your homework, and make your decisions. That's BSUSA. Talking to you. There's some more music, and thank you for listening.
I've been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. a faster car. Lay my troubles to rest, blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down, feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Try not to hold me down, feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna take a trip to Mars. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me.
back and look at the top. They're making band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets. Draw a party line, baby, pick a side. It don't much matter if it's left or right. You just mean it. There ain't no retreat. We'll beat each other up with what we know. Keep our heads down, let them get some more. We don't need it. Let them keep feeding. Now we're picking our friends up, wondering when the well went dry, asking where it all went. Take a step back and look at the top. They're making band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets, band-aids and bullets. They're making band-aids, band-aids, bullets, band-aids, bullets, band-aids, bullets. You're a murderer. You kill all my vibes. You a killer. Don't let the dance stop. You're a murderer. You kill all my vibes. You a killer. Don't let the dance stop. You're a murderer. You kill all my vibes. You a killer. Don't let the dance stop. You're a murderer. You kill all my vibes. You a killer.
This is your station. Better than the country. Welcome to the city. Where the girls are pretty and the boys are too. If you want a lover, you will find plenty. And they do it all, but they don't say I love you. Get your sexy on, get your sexy on, get your sexy on. Welcome to the city, it's a turn on. Get it all, get it baby, but don't say I love you. Welcome to the city. Welcome to the city. If you ain't find your thing yet, I got the address. In the nest of dreamers, place for the homeless. The thrill of the danger you feel with a stranger. Standing on the border of chaos and order. Better than the country, welcome to the city. Where the girls are pretty and the boys are too. If you want a lover, you will find plenty. And they do it all, but they don't say I love you. Get your sexy on, get your sexy on, get your sexy on. Welcome to the city, it's a turn on. Get it all, get it baby, but don't say I love you. Better than the country. Welcome to the city. Better than the country, country, the city, city. We don't say I love you. Better than the country. Welcome to the city. Better than the country, country, the city, city. Better than the country, welcome to the city. Where the girls are pretty and the boys are too. If you want a lover, you will find plenty. And they do it all, but they don't say I love you. Get your sexy on, get your sexy on, get your sexy on. Welcome to the city, it's a turn on. Get it all, get it baby, but don't say I love you. Country, welcome to the city. Where the girls are pretty and the boys are too.
This is BSUSA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. And I want to talk about peace at this particular time period. You know, I'm kind of chilling out here and looking at the world, you know, through that unique way that BSUSA does, you know, trying to understand the whole situation. And we're out here in Honolulu, Hawaii, in the island of Oahu. And it's very beautiful here. But it has its problems like every major city in Hawaii. You know, we, deal with our ups and downs. We have our homeless issues. We have a lot of things here. But like across the whole world, we have the same issues. And, on the Big Island, we have issues. On the main island, the USA, and all across the world. So we're going to talk about peace and what that is and what causes us to have peace in our lives and ourselves and our situations, lack of conflict, bad choices. People write books about how you can find happiness and peace in the world. But no one talks about kindness towards one another. And, you have the Bible, and certain religious books that talk about that. But I'm talking about in your daily life, do you see yourself being kind to one another? Do you see yourself creating peace in an area that you're in, that you're located in, that you have the power to create peace with kindness? BSUSA is bringing that up because That's what we understand. We've seen that occur all across the United States. We've seen it in here on the islands. We've seen people who don't have a lot of money, doesn't have a lot of power, but they have the unique capability to make the world a better place through their behavior and their actions. And I want to bring that out because that's no bullshit. I mean, we live in a world of a lot of chaos. And the way to solve that problem is just good choices and very nice behavior. We can behave. It's possible to treat people with respect. It's possible to treat people with kindness and not making it always about you. Selfishness and greed and those things that we know are not really good for us, but we eat it up like candy anyway because of our nature. But let's just stop and look at what works in this world and what doesn't work in this world. And what makes the world a better place is kindness. And peace comes from that. And treating yourself with respect, treating yourself with kindness, treating your neighbors with kindness. You don't have to be wealthy and giving $1 million away to be nice to somebody. It doesn't always have to be a monetary value. It just can be a just polite conversation. That's what BSUSA is talking about. That's what we're trying to do right now with you. Trying to let you know that we respect you and we see you with the value that you really have as a fellow citizen of this great planet that we all are part of. Everybody's part of this planet. Every one of us. So we reach out. We got nothing but love for you. We reach out because it's all about being kind to one another at this moment in time right now. And we want things to be better. And we want peace in the world. And that's what BSUSA is talking that unique bullshit. We want peace. Peace in our time. As they said in the movie with Robert Downey Jr. when he was a weapons dealer. Peace in our time. But we're talking about kindness and true understanding that people are valuable and just them existing is valuable. Everything is not for our consumption and for our ability to dominate. And that's no bullshit. Acceptance is a serious, powerful tool in the world of kindness. Love is another one of those things. Understanding is another one of those things. So you can take a couple of those tools and use them in their everyday life and you get better at it. This is BSUSA. We have more music. That was a 5-minute lowdown talking about peace in the world today and kindness and your ability to make the world a better place. Talk to you later. And we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BS USA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species' history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you.
She said she couldn't believe why I waste my time on this. Bullshit mentality isn't a thing that I would miss. But I still remember those days when we used to
USA Radio Talk. And we have Nick in our talk show today. And he is a dear friend of mine. And we are very happy to have him here. And we're going to be talking about something that is passionate to him and to me. And it is transgender youth. And just going to talk about that, find out what his opinions and his experiences, and we're just going to share back and forth. And that is for everyone here at BSUSA to be part of this conversation and to understand, what, as transgender people and young people are thinking about, or basically people who are parents of transgender or young people who are transitioning and trying to find their way. So I'm going to bring Nick in, and here we go. Hi, Nick. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Yeah. Hi, Nick. This is Nick, and you are on BSUSA, and all our listeners are here listening to you and me, and we're going to be talking about transgender youth. So that's the first thing we're going to talk about. A couple of things that, me and Nick talked a little bit earlier, and we were just kind of trying to, feel out what this conversation was going to be about, because it is something that is kind of a sensitive issue for some people, and a lot of people really do not have a connection to a lot of transgender youth. And I've experienced some interaction with my children in the sense of trying to identify themselves as something. And so we had Nick here, and he has some comments and information that he'd like to share too. So, hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm trying to hang in there. So you do know that you've had, people that that are adults that are transgender, right?
Oh yeah, I'm not really into the label kind of thing, but I am from the LGBTQ plus community. I don't know if I left any
letter out or whatever.
Any letters out.
Yeah. It's
so we're not monolithic. We think differently about someone's personal growth. First thing I want to say is that this is a complicated issue.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem like anyone has the answers to it.
Yeah.
And we all have our philosophies and our logic.
Uh-huh.
But just for everyone that's listening, that doesn't give you the right to abuse someone or be disrespectful or unkind to people because you don't understand what they're going through or you don't agree with it.
Yeah.
So let's first say that.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that at BSUSA, we are a positive radio station, and we do not believe in hate in the sense of being bullied. And I know a lot of people in the transgender community and people who are young people that are transgender get bullied all the time. So that is something that I'm glad you brought up, that, we're not into being hateful or bullying people. So, yeah.
With that being said, we don't necessarily have to agree either.
That's right.
Agree to disagree and still have respect for one another.
Yeah, so let's get down into it. You have two boys, right? And they have friends that are transgender, right?
Well, they're in school, and it's gotten to the point right now. It's like, does anyone know anyone that is not connected in some kind of way to someone that's transgender? So, it's get to that point, So, my kids are not really personally, because they don't have any transgender friends. They do have classmates that are transgender.
Okay.
And we do have a relative that is transgender, adult.
Yeah. Did you you were talking a little bit earlier when we talked about how your kids were able to literally stand up and have their voices heard because they saw some bullying of some of the students that were transgendered in the school. Would you like to comment on that?
You know, back in the day, back in the day, if someone gets bullied, it's usually somebody going to stand up for them, you know.
Right, right.
But these days, everything is so violent, and so I don't teach my boys to get in the middle of something like that, but I do teach them to report it to authorities, you know, as quickly as they can, without
Right.
getting, because they have been bullied themselves. They have fathers that are same-sex loving, so
Right.
you know that bullying does go on, even though the schools, the education system says zero tolerance. That's pretty much ignored.
Yeah. I mean, my in my personal experiences, I'm in a what you call a interracial relationship myself, and my children have been bullied. So I understand what you're saying, that no tolerance, sometimes that no tolerance policy does find itself not being enforced. So I do
Right,
understand that.
right, and it really doesn't. And I don't know what zero tolerance means anyway. What does that mean?
It means if they catch you, they're able to do something, but sometimes they're just turning their head. That's what I think it means. Well,
If
based on
you think about it, I don't know exactly what that means. Zero tolerance means that you'll get kicked out of school. No, that doesn't happen.
no,
I can tell you
the,
that.
you get
Uh,
to you get to what, say you don't like it and then go back to class.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is it doesn't work. People
So
still get bullied.
so let's talk about the you know, I have my oldest son, and he is going through, I call it identity searching, trying to find his own identity, and he's more of, I consider, um, more sensitive type of a young man, and a lot of people can say that or try to influence him to be not more masculine. Can you want to comment on something of that nature based on your experience?
Well, you growing up, you get all kind of challenges to be part of the group.
Yeah.
You know, the in crowd. And I tell my sons that are teenagers now, I tell them everyone that's going to school is trying to fit in. Even the ones that you think are pretty settled, even the ones that seem to have the most confidence are all still trying to fit in. These are the awkward years for everyone.
Yeah.
And just keep that in their head and let them know, you know, you don't have to be part of any crowd. You can just be yourself.
You know, that's a good point. I like that point right there. You don't have to be part of any crowd, but
Or
it's,
accepted by a crowd.
yeah, but it seems like that there's a lot of enforcing you to be part of a crowd nowadays. I know it was like that in the past, but nowadays it's a lot of like me, me, me. We were talking about, you know, everybody wants to be in front of the line. You know, it's like my issues are the only issues. And we were talking about being tolerant, and we were talking about, you know, just being able to be civil. You know, do you have any comments on that?
Well, you know, this is not a new issue. We've had tolerance issues throughout our history,
Uh-huh.
and we hope and wish and pray that people would be tolerant. But you know, it's just not a youth problem. It's also an adult problem, and that's why I said it. What I said at the beginning, because sometimes people feel personally offended if they don't understand something, and being angry or thinking it's going to change whatever you're about is something maybe that they feel. I don't know what they feel, but I do know that it's not just youth that are intolerant. It's also adults, and maybe they learn it from the adults. But it's just an ongoing issue of tolerance. I teach my children
Right.
to be tolerant of everyone, and definitely no name calling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, back in the day, these days we live in a fragile society. Back in the day, we used to have competitions of insulting each other.
Yeah, we used to call it joning back in the day. Did you ever hear that phrase, joning? We
No,
used
I
to,
never heard of that. I'm from the South, though.
yeah,
So
I'm
we
from the
called
East
it
Coast.
buzzing.
Yeah, yeah, on the East Coast, we used to ride the school bus going to school, and we would joan, which is basically joking insults. I mean, I know a lot of the people that I grew up with, they could have been stand-up comedians with all the joning
Oh yeah,
that they were
and
doing.
you lose when you get mad. If you get mad, you lose.
And you're
So
hoping,
this is a different society now. I
yeah.
don't think they can take that.
Oh, you can't say nothing. You can't.
Oh wow. Oh yes. I know.
No, you can't say nothing. You can't even. I don't know if it's like joking or it's just everybody's sensitive. But then there's so much violence, So what do you think about all the violence towards the transgender community and transgender youth and just the violence? What is that being promoted more because of media, or is that really happening? What's your opinion
Well,
on that?
I think it's everything. I also, speaking on the violence only, I think you know how we teach English forever in school, right? English
Right.
and math. They need to start a new class that they need to teach from youth all the way to graduation, and that is conflict resolution
Yes, yes.
without violence, and that's what they need to learn every year.
But isn't it true that, I remember there was a time when I was in college, it was about, basically understanding that you can solve problems through debating and discussion. And that only happened in my college years, but in my high school years and elementary school and junior high school, it was really about, well, fit in or use a fist. We would do a lot of
Right,
fighting.
right. Because you didn't have the tools.
Yeah,
They didn't teach the tools to deal with a lot of that stuff. A lot of times, all you know, and as you deal with your own kids, I know mine. I know one of my sons. The first resort for him is anger, and gosh, that's an ongoing issue with us.
So let's do a scenario here. Let's say that I give you, let's say I have authority and I give you the power to come up with a program for doing that type of problem solving. What would be one of the key things you would implement in the schools to put you on
I'm
the
not
spot?
sure. Yeah, it's not my field, but if I don't get paid for it, so so I don't know. I guess I do. I am a licensed anger manager. So I would first say, smile, take a deep breath before you respond. And I also, like I tell my children, walk away from controversy. Walk away. And I don't ever tell them to fight unless, of course, we don't want to tell our children to hit anybody, but don't let someone just keep hitting you without you responding. You have to avoid as much as you can, and unless someone lays their hands on you, and you have to defend yourself. That's my philosophy.
Well, that sounds good.
Power. I also teach, like one of my sons is going to be a lawyer, probably a lawyer or a fisherman. I don't know. And he understands sometimes getting a whooping is a lot more controlling than whooping someone.
Oh yeah.
Getting them in trouble.
Take a couple of licks and get it over with and go on down the
Yeah,
street.
right. That way they can't go in there and say that you did anything. You can always say they hit me, and then
that's the intellectual way of winning the battle.
Yeah, we're too old, guys, and we really don't or remember maybe what it feels like on the playground. But these kids are smart.
Yes.
And they find a way of bullying every way possible. So, we may not understand everything that a kid goes through.
Right. So you're thinking, I mean, based on this conversation, I'm getting from you that you're saying that the transgender youth problem is just another form of a bullying problem when it comes down to dealing with um, other communities. So you're seeing
Oh
that.
yes, I do believe that. But the transgender itself is an issue all on its own because all people are different. You may have some transgender come out and say, "I'm transgender," and what, and
Uh-huh.
then you have other people that can't really take the criticism or take the abandonment or take the loneliness or take the unacceptance. That's a hard thing to swallow. Uh, so everyone's different,
You
everyone's
would,
different.
you're talking about, like, let's say in the sense of, identifying who you are and being true to yourself, and then we call it going against the grain back in the day, and that you want to be yourself, and maybe your town or your community are against you, and so BSUSA wants to say that we got nothing but love for you, and the being yourself is the key, because sometimes it's just about understanding that maybe you have to find your own community, you have to find your own place in this world to be yourself, because nobody wants to feel like they're being, just placed off to the side and being looked down upon. I do know that we're talking about transgender. There is a biological mechanism behind it. There's a psychological mechanism behind it. Do you have any comments on that of what you might know or anything, Nick, about that?
I don't know of any biological aspects of it, of chromosomes and all of that. Anything scientific, I don't know of anything.
Mm-hmm.
But what else did you ask?
Basically, there's a lot of documentation out here that's talking about how that the XY chromosome is a spectrum, and that we we are not just X and Y. There's a combination of what we are that leans towards a certain characteristic, and it actually affects the way our brain was developed. And there's a lot of data out there about that. And I just want to know if you ran across it or heard some people talk about it or know about anything familiar in that area from your life.
No, I really can't speak on it. I'm not educated enough
Mm-hmm.
on the subject on the science of the subject. But no, I can't speak on it. I wouldn't speak on it because I'm not qualified.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No problem with that. Yeah. So a couple other things, just in your daily life and the way you are interacting with people, I can see that you're very, I won't just say tolerant. I'll just say very kind and open person. That's why you and me have known each other for a couple years now and really deep friends. And our friendship, I see a lot of that kindness and that type of deal. So you're saying that that's something that is really one of the key things in dealing with people, if it's transgender youth, people of all communities. And so that's what you're saying. You're saying even though we have these differences, it's our behavior that's the key.
Right. If you really took the time, I actually know many cross dressers, transgender, drag queens, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Many over the years, and they're just like anybody else. You get to know them. They're just like anybody else. And it really, once you get to know people, um, all that other stuff really doesn't come into play. As
Oh,
long as you're respectful.
so it's basically a perception. That's what you're saying. All that other stuff is a perception. That's what.
It's more of an acceptance.
Oh,
You accept people for who they are, and not necessarily how they're dressed or what they do. You just accept people. I mean, that's what I've learned throughout life. I was raised very, very in the church.
Yeah.
And I grew up, and I was and I got to get out in the gay community. In the gay community, meet many kinds of people, and I've known people in the drug industries and stuff like that. And people are just people. Some of them have hang-ups about things, and some don't.
So,
But
you grew up in the church, and how do you feel about the church? And I know there's certain churches that are accepting of the transgender community, and certain churches aren't. And based on the church that you grew up with, it was a lot of conflict against transgender.
oh well, no, it wasn't any conflict because it wasn't any transgender.
Oh,
Not that we know about.
well, so it
Trust
was,
me, if it had been, it would have been conflict.
and that's because of scripture.
Oh, I think that's because of fear.
Oh, fear.
They just use scripture.
Okay.
They've been using scripture against everybody for centuries.
So you're saying that it's a fear factor, as you know, not to
Right.
quote the television show, back in the day. So it's like, because I know there's a lot of people who cannot be, I mean, they find themselves in church, and then all of a sudden they decide to be part of a community, and they're actually kicked out of the church, and the church tells them they can't come in anymore because of what they are or how they behave. So they find themselves hiding in the closet, or I guess the best way to say it is just denying who they are in public. So
Yes, exactly. But I say to anyone now that not the youth, because the youth doesn't have much choice in the matter. But as you get older, there's all kinds of churches. Find some faith that you agree with that is accepting of you, and go to that church.
Oh, okay.
Unless
So
you want to change just church everywhere and make it like be accepting and everything like that, but we all know that's not going to happen.
no, because you can't keep us apart. My biggest problem is that I think it's just we're always in our own little tribe all the time, and then we cross over to each other's tribe, and then we act like our tribe is the best tribe in town, and then we have conflict among it, and and then with social media now, and online radio like the one here at BBS, at our station, it's just anything could be said, and so it's just a level of responsibility, like you said, on how you communicate and talk with people about your tribe or someone who's not in your tribe. And so I see that in the church situation. So tell me a little bit about you. I'm going to change the subject a little bit since I have you on the air. And so tell me about you, if you don't mind sharing about a little bit about your story.
My story, as in transgender?
No, as in just, transgender, or as in your life in the sense of how you relate to things, and just your interaction with this topic.
Let's see. In my 20s, I would, being in the community, of course, I would go to drag shows, and I can remember me and my best friend at the time. We both basically together came out of the closet, and we would go to nightclubs, and we would use fake IDs to get in, because I think we were like 19 or something like that. 19.
Everybody uses those fake IDs. I have fake IDs.
Well, anyways, and they never fooled anybody. They just let you, okay?
If you have money, they let you in.
Right. And not our first thing, but our first time we always saw drag queens. It was at a pageant. I don't know if you've ever been to a drag pageant before. It was a big one, okay? And the reigning drag queen was gonna crown the new winner.
Okay.
And we went, and me and my friend, and we saw that, and they were crying. Oh my God, we just laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed because it was funny to us that these guys were dressed up and they were crying. We looked at it as comical.
Oh.
But as the years went by, we learned to appreciate drag and transgender people on stage, and to a lot of people, it's really a way of life as far as entertainment. They enjoy that, and it is very entertaining.
It's very entertaining, and I think it's very popular in some states.
Have you ever been to a drag show?
No, I've seen drag shows. Actually, in Las Vegas, I actually saw one. I can't believe it. I was in Vegas one time, and I actually saw these beautiful women.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, 17, running around in places I wasn't supposed to be. And I saw these beautiful women, and I was like, wow, these women are beautiful. And my buddy said, hey, dude, those are a bunch of guys. I go, what? And I was a kid, those are a bunch of guys. And a part of me was like, those are good-looking guys.
That's the part you kept in the closet.
Oh, I'll be honest about it. I was kind of screwed up a little bit the rest of that day because I was like, there were some good-looking guys that make me gay or that make me feel like, hey. But it was just, they look good. And they were drag queens,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to put the label on it. So would you call them queens, drag queens? That's the label? I think that's the label that they accept. Is that?
Well, back in the day, it used to be called transvestite.
Oh, okay.
And now, now you got drag queens. They still say drag queens. And then you got transgender. Transgendered is not necessarily drag. Okay. It's someone that is that's more comfortable
mm-hmm.
and living their lifestyle that way. The drag queens, a lot of times, it's just for entertainment.
Oh, so the what did you say? Transvestite?
Transgender.
Not transvestite. You were saying back in the day.
Back in the day, it used to be called transvestite, was basically men that dress in women's clothing. They didn't necessarily have to be gay or anything.
Yeah. I remember that be considered a bad thing back in the day. I remember someone said, "Oh, he's a transvestite."
Oh, that's just the way people parse their morality. I mean, they say it's a bad thing, but they looked at Flip Wilson, Milton Berle, all of them, and they enjoyed every bit of it.
What was Jardine? Yeah, Jardine or whatever back there. And they say in Hollywood, every leading man has dressed up in drag for some type of show or some type of event and some type of movie. It's kind of like a thing that they were documenting. How many people, how many action star macho guys dressed up in drag? And they were like Patrick Swayze back in the day. Wesley Snipes, and a lot of people dressed up in women's clothes. So my question is that, for all this so-called non-acceptance, there should be a little more acceptance across the board. Like I think he was saying about fear, and before we close out the talk show here at BSUSA, I want to talk about that fear. And, where do you think that fear comes from against basically transgender youth? Where do you think the fear comes from?
Fear and anger are so close together that people choose that avenue to respond to things because they don't know or they're scared, and they choose anger and they resort to that. Or some people are just like you were inside. You said you kind of liked it. You kind of was intrigued about it.
Oh, I was intrigued about it, and then I got a little scared, and then I got a little like, what's wrong with me? Because I was just this big 17-year-old basketball playing type of a guy. And then I heard later when I was playing football, you got to watch out because there's some guys like that here on the football team. And so we would go into the locker room and kind of try to point out which guy might be one of those guys. Hey, you bet, I hope you got a girlfriend. It was crazy. I mean, that's how it was because they wanted, and don't have some type of, I guess the best way to say it, physical response to a drag queen, if you know what I'm saying. Because as teenage boys, we have physical response to a magazine, anything, something
Right.
at the beach, anything like that. So you have a physical response, and for my listeners, I hope you understand what we're trying to say. And don't have that, then you might have to go home and talk to your dad about it or your mom about it.
But I just want to, say that people go through all kinds of challenges throughout life, and if you don't know something, try to get educated. And get educated on several different sources. Don't just take my word or your word or Google or wherever you watch, YouTube. Do a little bit more research, and then you'll be able to really be educated on the subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because people want to think that they understand things. Now, I'm from the I'm from the LGBTQ plus community, and I don't understand a lot about transgender.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But I do want to say this, since in raising my children and everything like that, if your child seems to be more masculine or more feminine, or they don't want to wear a dress, or they want to wear pants, or whatever, don't go clinging to labels.
Oh,
like transgender or gay or whatever. If your child comes, I'm gay, and they're 10, I remember, kids come home all the time. One of my sons came home and said he wanted to be called BJ.
Oh.
I don't know who BJ is, but it's not a B or a J in his name. Okay. And sometimes you go along with it, and sometimes you kind of like, you ignore it, or you.
Yeah.
But don't cling to labels and go. I've heard people, personal stories where people, my child said he was gay, so they go out and get him a bunch of earrings and lipstick and all of that.
Yeah, or buy him a dress or something like
right.
that.
And that's not gay. And that's not gay. It's just because, that's what's out there. If you're gay if you wear lipstick or crazy.
Yeah, it's like it depends on the group. I know there's an area that I know of people, and they like to wear, I would call it more feminine type of attire. But if you call them gay, they go, "What are you talking about? I got a girlfriend, I got all this," but they just like to wear more feminine type of attire. And I know girls who like to wear more suits and more masculine, as you would, if you want to categorize it, masculine type of attire. So yeah, that makes a good point.
I grew up in a smaller town. I later moved to a larger town when I became an adult. And being quote unquote gay, I learned something earlier on as well. I come from a black community where everything is overly masculine.
Right.
You
Yeah.
show
Oh yeah.
femininity, you must be gay, so you don't show any femininity. Unless you're really brave and tell them to go screw themselves. Okay. You got some people that they don't care what the community says. They do what they do.
And
they're really brave.
And you give you a hard time, they whoop your butt too. And
they're right.
It's
I'm a black guy, and I'm not a black guy. I am black. And I worked at a mall, And what I realized, because you got a lot of different kind of people that work in, with the public, and
Right.
I used to associate gay with femininity,
Oh.
and meeting different people in that setting, and all settings, to tell you the truth, I had to realize, because I got to know people that were very feminine, men that were very feminine, but they were not gay.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And that just goes on a journey of learning.
Yeah.
Not everything is as you were taught or as you grew up in.
You were I say socially programmed to believe sometimes. That's why I like what you said about getting educated. Don't just look something up in Google or whatever, really try to, I know we don't have time for that. I know a lot of my listeners don't have time to do the research, but, it is good to try to understand. And I think tolerance and kindness is the thing that I think Nick is saying, and I'm saying. So that kind of opens up the door so you can learn more about people, and people are individuals. Sometimes we always try to put people in a box, and it's just not that. It's people are individuals. They don't go
Right.
in a
That's a
box.
good way of putting it. Putting people in a box is correct, because the box you put them in is what all the things that you believe in. And that's
Oh
not
yeah,
true.
that's it. This is BS USA, and we have the 5-minute lowdown. Seattle, Washington. I think it's Seattle, Washington, because, the information is coming out of northern west part of the country. And there was a police officer, and he was rushing to a scene. It was supposed to be some type of overdose, and he was trying to get there. And he was traveling 74 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. And it looks like he had no lights, no siren. He was just taking off. He was just gone, trying to get there. And unfortunately, when he was going, he hit a young lady. And she was 23 years old. And she was a grad student. And she had her whole life ahead of her. And tragically, she died of a tragic accident by a police officer rushing to a scene that he was called to go to. And that's a sad state of affairs. This happened in Seattle. But the bullshit that went down was the officer who hit the young lady was being investigated because they wanted to make sure he wasn't drinking, and there is a form of investigation towards the officers that had these particular type of accidents. He's driving a certain speed, didn't see anybody, took a life, accidentally took a life. But the bullshit, the thing that is being talked about in social media, the thing that I'm talking about right now, is there was another police officer, the investigator, who was investigating the police officer that had the accident. And his nonchalant attitude about the death of this young woman is insane. Everyone has to look this up. Just understand there is a video of him talking about this young woman who has died like she was nothing. He was laughing, joking about her. He was like, she's basically a nobody, you know, just write a check and pay a fine. These are the type of remarks that he said. that, she had a limited value, due to her age. What? This is a bunch of bullshit for an investigator to be talking and laughing about the death of this young grad student. I was able to do some research and actually found a picture of her that was being shown. And I know there's a lot of grief, and I know there's a lot of sorrow, because there was a loss of a life of a prominent young woman who was working hard to have a future. That's what happened. And it was a tragic accident. That's what happened. The nonchalant attitude of the second police officer is not what happened. She has value. She was valuable. Maybe not to him, maybe not to the world and the echo chamber that he comes from. And that's the problem. But she has value to everyone who understands that life has value. This is BS USA saying it again. We need to get our act together. We need to start caring for one another. We need to start giving the value is due to life itself. People have value. There was a saying to me that over the years that we start feeling more directly related to things than to each other, to power than to individual kindness. This is BSUSA talking that. And this is an example of it. And this was a police officer, an investigator, investigating another police officer. And what do you think? We know this is tragic, but is this a cultural thing? This is the way. This is BSUSA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species' history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you. Do they look at us as something?
Whenever you're down, out in the cold, faithless and dark, your story's untold. Come take my hand and walk there with me. I know a place where we can be free. There is a light shining for you, guiding your way, helping you through. And shadows and gloom are all that you see. We'll find a place where we can be free. From the mountain top down to the deepest valley, hear a voice calling you. It's the rising sun shining in the darkest alley. Can't you see you will be free? I have been far, I have been wide, searching for peace, somewhere to hide.
cross my T's. I don't dot my I's. I won't say pretty please, or speaking little white lies. I've got a rebel soul. 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 Oh, just get down with it, down with it, down with it. Just get down. I ain't no thing that you can chain with a ring. And I ain't no price for admiring eyes. I've got a rebel soul. 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 Just get down with it, down with it, down with it. Just get down. I can be good when I wanna. I just don't wanna. I can be good when I wanna. I just don't wanna. I can be a good girl when I wanna. I just don't wanna. I can be good, I can be good, but no, I got a rebel soul. Hey, I've got a rebel soul. I got a rebel soul. Yeah, I've got a rebel soul. Hey, down with it, my rebel soul. Down with it, my rebel soul. Down with it, my rebel soul. Down with it, down with it, down with it. Just get down with it, down with it, down with it. Just get down with it, down with it, down with it, down with it, down. I've got a rebel soul.
Show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me love, this is all we got. Show me love, show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Sometimes life will push you down, make you fall onto the ground, but I know you will turn it around. Oh, this is all we got, and I know you'll make mistakes, get interference and lose your way. Find the light when it rains. Oh, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got.
You're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. You know, over here at BSUSA, we go through a lot of information and we try to sort out, information that we think fits the radio station here, the BSUSA radio station. And we say we're not a negative station, and we try to, enlighten and inform and, say some things that'll make you think. It's been really a rough week trying to stay away from the political aspect of everything. And so we decided to break down and just go for it. Try to do our particular BS on the political spin, which we see is going on in news media, mainstream media, social media today. So here's BSUSA. We're going to talk about the two things that we see. And we want you to please use this as food for thought. Donald Trump is being indicted for the documentations that he has that are top secret documentation that should not have been in his possession at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, that is truth, no matter what you say. And the other side of the coin is this is all being pushed because this is political, because he's still popular in the Republican Party and he's going to become president again. And, they're trying to stop him from running for president or to lose an election. And this is a witch hunt. That's the other side of the coin. So these two things are occurring simultaneously. And you can go to one station and you can see how terrible the things that he did is, legally is. And on the other station, you can see how what he did was not that bad, and Joe Biden did the same thing, and they're just after him because he's a victim. And, you hear this all the time, and back and forth, and that's not the biggest issue at BSUSA. The biggest issue at BSUSA is when Donald Trump himself is trying to pull the American people into this fight. And that's a bunch of bullshit. You run for presidency, you get your votes, you get elected. Okay? We vote for the president based on what he's capable of doing, what his merits are. The FBI is doing their job. If you don't believe that they're doing their job or that type of deal, then you believe the hype on one side of the aisle. He said the same thing when it came down to New York, that somehow, some way, they were against him. Found out he was, he did a crime. He did this crime and he had to pay millions of dollars for this crime out of New York. Now he's got some more legal problems. A lot of evidence against him because of him. So BSUSA is saying to Donald Trump, don't try to pull me and pull other people into your bad behavior fight. Because voting for you and thinking that you're good for the country is one thing, but fighting my neighbors because you have legal problems is another. And I want to break it down like that because this is what I'm seeing from him. You got power and control in this country that is going back and forth, fights after fight. And Donald Trump's issues are Donald Trump's issues. They're not the American people's issues. The American people's issues have nothing to do with being wealthy, living in a mansion, and taking top secret documents from Washington, D.C. to Florida. That's not America's issues. That's not America's problems. And so we need to understand that. And Donald Trump wants you to make those problems your problems. What do you think? If you think that those are your problems, then, you know, that's what you think. BSUSA went over and over and over and over this and realized there's one thing, that these are not America's problems. These are not BSUSA problems. These are Donald Trump's problems. And like everybody, we got to deal with our own problems. If you vote for him, if you don't vote for him, if you believe he's getting a fair shake, if you don't believe he's getting a fair shake, you know, we respect all that. But break it down to what is our problems? What is the country's problems? And what is Donald Trump's problems? That is BSUSA. And thank you for listening. And there's music for you here. Thank you again.
Dressed to the nines when I sell my blues.
Reel me in to get it going, open me up. Sweet talking like you mean it, but you're making it so complicated. I fucking hate it. Every time I get too close, you push me away. Don't wanna stick, telling me you don't want any obligations, and how you hate them. Don't call me just cause you're lonely. You know you're killing me slowly. No, maybe I'm yours, maybe I'm not. I think about it way too much, and every single thought just making me. Give me something straight from your heart. All this insecurity is tearing me apart. You're making me sleepless. You're making me sleepless. Yeah. I keep losing in this game of playing pretend. I don't wanna be a 4 a.m. I'm suffocating just by waiting on you. So don't call me just cause you're lonely. You know you're killing me slowly. Nah, maybe I'm yours, maybe I'm not. I think about it way too much, and every single thought just making me. Give me something straight from your heart. All this insecurity is tearing me apart. You're making me sleepless. Maybe I'm not. I think about it way too much, and every single thought is making me. Give me something straight from your heart. All this insecurity is tearing me apart. You're making me. Just cause you're lonely. You know you're killing me slowly. Nah, maybe I'm yours, maybe I'm not. I think about it way too much, and every single thought is making me. Give me something straight from your heart. All this insecurity is tearing me apart. You're making me sleepless. You're making me sleepless.
This is BSUSA, and we have been working very hard over here to get you some music and more the type of music that we know that you love. So you're listening to the segment called Heavy Lifting. We've got a lot more music that we've just uploaded to the system because all the heavy lifting we're doing over here. And so the music should be more diverse and more precise to the genre. This is Heavy Lifting, and thank you for listening and enjoy.
Should've known that it was obvious. Should've read between the lines. Caught the eyes of the audience. Played your game where the rules do not apply. Now I see when it's out in the light, and I'm leaving your love behind. Now I see that you're out of my life. I don't need you. Every day we had another fight. I was far too blind to realize that our love had got out of control. Should've known I was better off alone. Now I see you when it's out in the light, and I'm leaving your love behind. Now I see that you're out of my life. I don't need you.
This is BS USA, and you're listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown. I want to talk about the heat that we're experiencing based on our weather changing conditions. And everyone who keeps saying that this that the weather in our planet isn't changing. I remember times when there used to be calmer weather. There was heat and there was cold, but there used to be calmer weather. The word is calm. And it seems like the weather we have now are extremes, and they come on rapidly, and they come on, just crazy. I mean, the heat rises to 115 degrees at some places in California, and 120 degrees in, unprecedented temperatures, and rain and flooding, and the hurricanes that are extremely um, radical in the Gulf of Mexico and in Florida. And all these things are happening. And so BSUSA wants to talk about that. But I want to talk about it in a way that hits close to home. In Lake Elsinore, California, and literally I've been to Lake Elsinore, California. I've driven in that area many times throughout, a year's time. I actually lived in Lake Elsinore for a period of time. And it gets hot there. It can get up to 105, 110 degrees in the summer, easy. There's some mountains, and people live in mountains on the other side of the mountains. And it's, it can be pretty hot. It's in, it has a area that, can be very, very dangerous if you don't watch yourself. If you're walking places, and sometimes there's not buses to take you and those type of things. So there was a young boy, and you can look this up, who died because he was running in school and through PE and through his PE classes and stuff like that, and he got heat exhaustion, and he died. Don't know the details of this exhaustion. That's the hardest thing. You see a lot of things on social media about, how it's so hot and everyone feels tragic and feels sad about it and everything like that. And it's a sad thing. And our heart goes out to the family of this young boy in Lake Elsinore who passed away while he was doing PE exercises. But the bullshit that, BSUSA always sees something and wants to call it out. This boy was like 13 years old, and he was in the school system. And no parent, no grown-up, no mature adult who understands the weather conditions, that understand that, being out in that type of heat, you need to put a hat on or something. I mean, we know Lake Elsinore. I mean, if you live in Lake Elsinore, you know the area. I mean, they talk about how the weather conditions can be extreme. But even if it's extreme, no one was there for this young boy to make sure that he didn't overdo it, or he thought he was supposed to do one thing and ended up, where was the authority figures around this young boy that helped this young boy just stay cool? See, something's wrong here. Something's wrong. That's what BSUSA is talking about. I have kids, and, we've been out in the heat, and there's moms out there and dads out there, and we tell kids to stop running, slow down, go get some water, let's drink some water, be hydrated, get into the shade, come into the building, it's hot out there. Kids, just dogs in cars. We see a dog, and first thing we say is, hold up, we got to make sure this dog gets plenty of water. We do this. I mean, we from, people in California know this. We know these areas. So my question is, what happened that young boy didn't get that attention? That young boy did not get the attention that he needed, so he didn't die of this heat. BSUSA is calling that out. And because he didn't get that attention, it's a bunch of bullshit. We have weather condition problems. We got droughts in California. Come on, California. The great state of California. Was he ignored? Was he ignored? Was he told to do something that would, make him uncomfortable? Details is what will come up, through investigations. I know parents were going to do the best to find out what happened. I would if I was his parents. So BSUSA wants to say it. I, don't want to get too much into it because this is a very sensitive issue and don't want to sensationalize the death of a young boy for heat exhaustion. But come on, nobody was around to help this boy stay cool. That's BSUSA, and that's 5 Minute Lowdown. We got more music for you.
Got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me. So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, help that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby. Serving up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest. Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe. Whip that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me, baby, shade it. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that sweet on me. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, baby, pour that sweet on me, baby, shade it. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. Super the best.
try to find the words to say. I want you to know you are everywhere I go. I cannot explain. It's happening again. gonna change a thing. Maybe you'll try to hide it. Pull down the curtain where the light comes in. Baby, we walked this road so many times before, but you always stop at my door. Yeah, maybe we'll fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. I can forget about you, live out my days like it's still the same. There's still a part inside you, closing me out like I'm to blame. Yeah, we can fight about it, but I won't be down about it. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. All I know is how it goes when a heart like yours meets a heart like mine. We could turn all the words to rhymes, but a love like ours will break with time. It will break with time. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this show, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins. All I know is I've been around, I've seen it before. Baby, I know this shows, I know my part, right down to the core. I don't wanna waste my time now, 'cause this is where I come in. I can tell the ending from where it begins.
This is BSUSA Radio, and we thank you for listening and enjoying the music. Also, the 5-minute lowdown. And what's coming up next is BSUSA News and Report. So stay tuned.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. Scientists say it could tell us more about how life began. Plus, the asteroid Bennu has an outside chance of hitting Earth in the next 300 years. Scott Carr reports.
NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft released a capsule containing soil from the asteroid Bennu. It safely parachuted into the Utah desert Sunday morning west of Salt Lake City.
Touchdown. I repeat, DDL.
The robotic spacecraft was launched in 2016 and landed on the asteroid in 2020, where it collected a sample from the surface of Bennu. NASA says the mission will help scientists understand how planets formed and how life began, as well as improve our understanding of asteroids that could someday hit the Earth.
American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of Sikh separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. It says the US shared intelligence to support Canada's conclusion that India was behind the assassination. The disclosure risks ensnaring Washington in the diplomatic battle between Canada and India at a time when it's keen to develop New Delhi as a closer partner in the light of China's rising power in the Indo-Pacific. India denies any involvement in the killing, which is being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. French President Emmanuel Macron has said that France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger following a coup. He said the 1,500 French troops in the African country would leave in the months to come. The decision follows months of protests against the French presence in the country after a military junta deposed President Mohamed Bazoum in July. It deals a blow to France's counter-terrorism operations in the region. The chair of the Republican National Committee is calling on former President Trump to take part in at least one presidential debate after he snubbed the first one in August. The next is due to take place on Wednesday, but Mr. Trump announced he'll be visiting Detroit instead. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Ronna McDaniel urged Mr. Trump to debate his rivals before primary voting begins in January.
I want him to attend a debate, and he knows that. Everybody knows. I think the other candidates also want him to attend a debate.
A 4-meter-long alligator has been killed after it was spotted in the US state of Florida with the remains of a woman in its jaws, according to local police. A witness told local media that he saw the alligator in a canal clutching a lower torso in its mouth. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, moves by the British government to slow the country's response to climate change. They were unveiled last week by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He is delaying key pillars of his climate change strategy, including sliding a ban on the sale of new internal combustion engine-powered cars from the year 2030 until 2035. He is similarly delaying an end to the sale of gas-powered boilers in the UK. The moves have been condemned by opposition politicians, private companies that had already made plans based on the government's earlier pledges, and also by environmentalists like naturalist Chris Packham.
We're crawling backwards on a series of legally binding pledges that we've given to address the single most important issue of our species' history, and that is that we are in climate and biodiversity breakdown. And we, as a developed nation, with our hands on the technology to rectify and address this situation, should be leading, not reneging on our promises that we've made. And we should be investing in those transitions, building new industries, generating new jobs, not bad old business as usual, but great new business which will support future generations of people on a happy, healthy planet. And this was very, very disappointing news, I have to say.
Britain's government says the moves are aimed at protecting the public from what the Prime Minister called unacceptable costs sparked by the moves to net zero goals. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. The first asteroid sample collected in space by the US space agency NASA has arrived on Earth. American spy agencies passed information to Canada regarding the killing of a Sikh separatist in the country, according to officials quoted in the New York Times. France will withdraw its ambassador and end all military cooperation with Niger. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
Thank you for listening to BS USA News and Report. We will be presenting the news and report on the top of the hour. So thank you for listening, and we have more music for you. listening to the 5-Minute Lowdown, and I want to get into it. Freedom. Yeah, everybody has their own definition of what freedom is. And, you know, a lot of people feel like they're not free in this great nation of ours. And there's a difference between doing whatever you want to do when you want to do it and being free to live together in a society that everybody gets the benefit by being free. There's a lot of power struggle right now between the people who want to control you, want to control this great nation. We have systems in place that keeps us free. And BSUSA believes that those systems are being threatened every day because there's people who want power and control. So my question, the question that BSUSA has today, do you want to be free? Or do you want to be in control of something? Are you part of that group that is willing to sacrifice freedom for all so you can have power for a few? We know that there's always competition and there's always the desire to move up and be successful. But let's put it in its proper perspective. When you're controlling people so you can have power and control over others, they're not free. I talk in these particular type of ways because BSUSA wants you to think. We over here, we think all the time. We don't want to be negative. We don't want to holler blue states, red states. We want everybody to step back and look at the situation for what it is. We are free in this nation. And we're giving that freedom away because we're too busy fighting among ourselves to realize how free we really are. If you've ever traveled and you've ever been to these other countries, you'll realize how free we really are. There are people who are fighting over power and control, and we are all invested in that competition. But we need to realize that we're giving up our freedom over this competition. And you don't want to give up your freedom. You do not want your freedom taken away from you. You don't want any so-called politician that will sell you a bill of goods that you think you're going to capitalize off of, but the bottom line is you're going to not be free. You know, that's what this is all about. This is BSUSA.
I can't get diamonds so pearls, and I don't wanna take you traveling the world, but I can love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. I'll give you the whole of what I've got. The fancy finds, baby, I have not. Just gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you, baby. Cross my heart and hope to die. Golden trinkets, mobile
Carried you all the way, only to hear you say, here is no home for you. I don't know what to do. Guarded you all the way, only to let you say, here is no place for you. But I'll carry on. I carried you all the way, only to hear you say, here is no home for you. I don't know what to do. Guarded you all the way, only to let you say, here is no place for you. But I'll carry on without you.
Join the flow.
I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance.
This is BSUSA, and I like to say thank you for listening. And you are about to listen to the 5-minute lowdown. And this is when I talk about things that come across my desk and situations that, you know, so you can have food for thought. And speaking of thought, you know, we want to talk about education and what that really means. Um, in the United States of America, we have found ourselves basically losing, I guess the best way to say it is that the generations that are dealing with life problems now are having a lot of difficulties because of a lot of information that they really don't have or don't know. And it's kind of confusing because right now we have access to every bit of information possible through the internet and through social media, and there's just so much online access of information, quality information. I mean, you can learn physics online when there was a time when, you know, you had to pay thousands of dollars and so much time and effort just to go to a classroom and learn what you can learn one-on-one through, I mean, honestly, through YouTube videos. The, you know, internet and our ability to acquire information and knowledge is so easy nowadays. Everyone has a laptop computer or an iPhone, and you know, you are bombarded with information. Some of the information is very not, you know, very valuable to you at the moment, and a lot of it is entertaining. So how do we find ourselves with a generation that is less knowledgeable of basic things, basic like math or knowing certain facts and figures? I mean, I think there's a difference between an education and acquiring things and knowing how to use knowledge compared to, you know, accessing knowledge. You know, I, I, I have children and I deal with a lot of kids, and I ask them basic questions, basic math questions, and they say, I'm going to look it up. I need a calculator. I need to look it up. And I'm talking about basic math problems because they don't need to hold it in. They don't need to learn anything because they are able to instantaneously look it up. So then they don't know anything. And they don't have time to comprehend something and see how things fit together. And so they're not educated. It's crazy. The generation before me and the generation after me. And, you know, I'm looking at it from a very deep perspective and understanding that every generation after me is becoming less and less knowledgeable. And so they become less and less educated. This is BS USA saying that we have the ability to acquire information, but we don't know. A lot of things we don't know. And we have a tendency, the only thing that we do know is the things that in our own echo chamber, the things that we want to hear. So we don't learn anything. If it's not something that we like, we reject it. We find a way to replace it with what the so-called pseudo information, pseudo truth, pseudo knowledge that we like. So it's selective. And that's not education either. That's actually a lot of confusion. So BSUSA has nothing but love for teachers and the educational system that is truly trying to educate, not socially program, but educate our children. So this was the 5-minute lowdown, and we have a lot more music for you. And this was food for thought. And education has to do with learning, and learning has to do with comprehension, and comprehension has to do with being open to understand. This is BSUSA, and we do have more beautiful music.
Like the only way to hard way. We don't like the only way to soft ways. We like the only way to hard way. I like the only way, my hard way.
This is BSUSA, and we're talking about the 5-minute lowdown. And thank you for listening. So let's get into it. We got another senator that's doing illegal things, I think out of the state of New York. I think that's what it is. Senator Mendez. I want to make sure that's right. So go take some investigation and look it up and find out what's really going on. 5-minute lowdown is sitting here, and we want to talk about the fact that what is going on with our politics? What's going on with our senators? What's going on with our congressmen? Why is every time we turn around, we find somebody's doing some shady stuff, some illegal stuff, some lying, something? You know, BSUSA is like, come on, it's a bunch of bullshit. You get in a position of authority, and then there's people out here who want to take advantage of that. And so they come to you with money or gifts or whatever so you can use your power and influence to do things for them. It could be a private individual that does that to you. It could be a corporation. It could be a foreign country. It could be whatever. So what is up with our political arena that people think they can come and corrupt us? And why are we seeing so many of that occurring? Because our politicians need to have a higher moral standard in the way they do business. BSUSA has said that's no bullshit. We're talking about the president and his son, and we're talking about Trump and all those activities. We're talking about congressmen and senators and all these people. We're talking about people from the past. There's accusations across the board from both sides, from Republicans and Democrats. It's like, Hillary Clinton, all the accusations about crooked dealings that she was involved with. It's just, if you have accusations, it's one thing, and you prove them wrong. And everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty, because we don't know the circumstances. But it seems like in the media that all our politicians are just a bunch of crooks. And where's the good politicians? Where are those politicians that we look up to, or those leaders that we will look up to? I know they're out there. On the Republican side, I think Miss Cheney was definitely one of those politicians you can look up to. No matter what the policies that she responds herself or believes in, her integrity is true blue. And that's no bullshit. BSUSA is saying that about Miss Cheney. But she did not win the election. So what does that say about us as a people? That we're voting the crooks in the office, and we're letting the good people, or the people with integrity, they lose the elections. Do you see it that way? And if you do, take a minute to reevaluate us. That's what BSA wants to know. What do you think? Over here, we've been talking back and forth about it. I said, we got to have some good politicians. We got to have some moral politicians, and not pretending that you have moral values in front of the camera, and then you find out later that you're just doing business as usual. I know there are them out there. It's got to be. And I know that here at BSUSA, we could probably break down a list of all the good political senators and people that's in our great nation and running our government. But it just seems like that they get pushed back. And what happens in mainstream media and in social media, it's the ones that get busted, that get pushed up to the front, and the whole world is known about it. And I guess that's because, tragedies is more popular and more entertaining. That's BS USA, and we're talking about it here. So it's got to be, that thing that we gravitate to. But just think about it. We need to vote people into office that have integrity. And so we got to do our homework and find people with integrity, because it's going to help our government. It's going to help our country. It's going to help the way our government does business. And that's no bullshit. BS USA, and that is the 5-minute lowdown, and we have more music for you. Thank you for listening. This is BS USA, and you are listening to the segment that we call The Age of AI. And the segment was designed based on the concept that electrical components interact with mankind. The tech music is powerful, and it's inciting. It's exciting, I want to say. And we really hope you enjoy it. It is called The Age of AI. You will find a lot of the electronic computerized sounds that actually today a lot of people are really into. So if you're into it, this is for you. And if you're just experiencing for the first time the age of AI, I hope you enjoy it. Get into it. Try to take a piece of it, and expand your horizons. This is BS USA saying thank you for listening. Thank you for staying with us, and keep on staying with us.